Whoa, hey, look, who's quick with the coffees today? 3 cups. While the intro is still playing, I like your style, someone. Who was that? Let's say a big thank you, a big Metrix thank you to someone. I can check this. I see all. I know all. We got the back office. Welcome, everybody in chat. Welcome to the show. Welcome to tonight's show. Big Sky, thank you so much for the 3 cups. Quick on the draw. Like it. Yeah. Okay, guys. Little unprepared today. I just thought we'd use an old thumbnail. just grab an old thumbnail. They'll never know. But, yeah, why not start off the evening with some Charlie Adelson Jailhouse calls, maybe going to some pre-bump calls. There's a little something I want to show y'all later, little bit of a detour, a little bit of a personal detour, but, the other day we went through Wendi Adelson's brand new Austin house, and we also had a look at Bree's place, Bree Price's house up in North Carolina, right? And I thought, and I think we all thought, they were a little bit shit. But I've got a nice thing to compare it with a little bit of personal history involved as well that I came across the other day. But we'll not do that right now. For now, we'll start off the evening with some Charlie Adelson Jailhouse calls.
Hello, this is a prepaid collect call from an incarcerated individual at the Leon County Jail. This call is not private. It will be recorded and may be monitored.
Thank you for using Securus. You may start the conversation now.
Hey.
Hey, Charlie.
How are you guys?
Okay. We're still talking to you, so that's good. We're still talking.
I'm so sorry. I'm going to say anything. I'm going to say anything. It is what it is.
Man, it is what it is. Yeah, what is it? It's life in prison, no parole. It is what it is. All I have to eat is an old apple that I gave to my cellie and this bag of tuna. They won't even let us eat it out of a can for fear that we will make a shiv with the material.
They didn't give you a chance. They had their minds made up. You don't walk out in 3 hours.
Mr. Pinto Peabody, thank you so much for the coffees. 5 coffees from Mr. Pinto. Everybody say thank you, Pinto. Listen to Donna here. They didn't even give you a chance. They were only out of the room for 3 hours. Yeah, but Donna, that was because they were ordering lunch and they had to eat and then fill out the forms. That's all the time it took, okay? I think that was quick going. Let's say lunch is... All right, you got to look at the menu, order. I assume that, it was a sort of delivery service. So, sometimes it depends on what county you're in. The lunch in Hillsborough County, down near Tampa, Florida, sounds fantastic. You got Cuban sandwiches, you got real good pizza place that the judge orders for the jury. He's a really big judge, so I think he, we get the menu he wants.
No, trust me. I didn't say anything. I'm so sorry. I'm going to say anything.
Yeah, I'm so sorry that I pushed you into this. Uh-oh. Got some microphone interference. Why? God damn you. All right. Oh, that's okay. Yeah. I'm so sorry, Charlie. I'm so sorry that that my own, lust for vengeance and my need to prove that our family is some sort of super get your own way, no one stops us family. I'm so sorry that my needs for these things, do you think Charlie would have really given a shit had it not been for Donna pressing him. You know, all this stuff about Wendi and Charlie being so close, I don't really believe that, you know? I don't really believe that at all. I just think it's all about what Donna thinks, right? And Charlie just needs that. He needs to please his mama, right?
Don't even say anything. It is what it is.
They didn't give you a chance. They had their minds made up. You don't walk out 3 hours.
No, trust me, it is. I knew what yours was like, and I knew what I had when I was up here. I knew what I was dealing with.
Yeah, I knew what I was dealing with. People in Tallahassee with their mix match socks and ugly feet.
Look,
Look, it is what it is.
have you spoken to Dan since he left?
No, I called you.
Okay.
Should I call him?
Yeah, there's something that he told us. You need to talk to him. You need to ask him what.
I'm fine.
What tell my parents.
Oh, and a big special thank you to Piebird for being the first in chat. Fantastic first in chat. Welcome, Piebird.
Yeah, no. I'm going to talk to him.
Victoria Girl, you know you've always got a front row seat with your name on it.
But I'm fine. I'll call you in a little bit. Just take a minute, relax. Not getting upset, not going to change anything. So I'm going to get you sick.
All right, call Dan. Ask him to tell you what he told us, okay?
Listen,
Donna's really in shock right here. She thought, well, you know, if we just put $5 million into it, we'll be able to buy a not guilty verdicts. We'll get Josh Dubin to come in and select these idiots that will favor us.
I'm fine. Just take something to relax, okay?
All right, we're going to be okay, Charlie. Just please.
Man, I wonder if Donna would like something to relax right now. Oh, by the way, guys, I've been thinking. Excuse me. I've been thinking about Donna's testimony that we heard the other day. Now, what can we say about Donna's testimony that we heard the other day? Donna essentially said that there are 2 inmates that she has encountered in Leon County Jail, and these 2 inmates also have spent time in Leon County with Catherine Magbanua. And Donna says that they reported to her that when they were spending time with Katie, that Katie said, I'm going to get that family. Wait until you see what they get. You know, I'm going to take them down, and I'm going to get myself a reduced sentence. Okay? And the quote that I really want to draw attention to is when Donna said that these women told her that Katie said, if I'm paraphrasing, but it was the important bit I do remember. That's the bit I want to focus on. And the important bit is, if it had have gone down like it was supposed to, Katie wouldn't be sitting where she is now. She would be sitting very pretty in Hawaii with a expensive drink or something, a nice drink. Sitting very pretty in Hawaii. That's the part I want to focus on, okay? Now, the thing that catches my attention most is sitting very pretty. I can't imagine. We've listened to a lot of Katie, right? I can't imagine her using that phrase. I can absolutely imagine Donna using that phrase, sitting very pretty in Hawaii. Element 2. I've never heard Catherine Magbanua say anything about Hawaii. You know, has she ever expressed a desire to live in Hawaii? She's not Courtney Clenny, who went to the rehab center in Hawaii when she was out on bail. Or not even out on bail, but when she was released pre-arrest. Yeah, it's such a tell. It's such a tell. Sitting very pretty in Hawaii sounds like something Donna would say. It does not sound like something Katie would say. That's, so what I deduce from that is that Donna has made this whole thing up. And I think what she's been doing for the last 15 months or so, 14 months, is sitting in that jail. She's watched all the trials. She's watched Katie 1, Katie 2, and Charlie. And the important thing about, of course, she watched Charlie's trial extremely intently. Plus, had Dan Rashbaum, giving her feedback, coaching, guidance, review, report, everything, right? So she's extraordinarily familiar with the evidence. Maybe to the same degree that we all are, right? Maybe not, maybe yes. But she is extraordinarily familiar with what the state has to prove their case and what she can anticipate will be used, the state will use, to prove their case against her. And one of those elements that she's obviously anticipating the state to use is the testimony of Catherine Magbanua, which, as we know from Charlie's trial, particularly in Dan Rashbaum's cross of Katie, he tried to say that she lied, why should we believe her now, and, once a liar, always a liar, blah, blah, blah. Cast a great amount of doubt. Now, obviously, Katie's testimony would be extremely damning to Donna's defense if she testifies, and she certainly will testify, right? We know that. We know that she was brought over to Leon for the trial that was scheduled in September that got cancelled, postponed. Now, other evidence, Jeff's testimonies, Luis Rivera's testimonies, Wendy's testimonies. We've got a question about that to bring to you all in a second. But other testimonies, I think Katie Magbanua's testimony is one of the more vulnerable testimonies because of her history of lying, because of her being behind bars and wanting to get out, And Donna knows this. Donna's been sat there looking, thinking of every bit of evidence. What can she take down? What can she undermine, right? What little part of the state's case can she bring down to make her challenge just a little less great? Katie Magbanua, right? And I think she's gone into the jail and has been looking for someone who spent time with Katie, befriended them, found a couple of drug addicts, right? And said, listen, this is what you got to do. If you do what you've got to do, Harvey is going to take care of you. He's going to take care of you. He's going to give you a big fat envelope full of cash, and you can stick all the fucking shit up your nose and in your arm as much as you like until you die. There was, and I just can't imagine Katie saying, I would be sitting very pretty in Hawaii. That just sounds like such a Donna thing and sounds nothing like a Katie thing. And even And Donna's desperation to get it through with Judge Everett, to come back at Judge Everett. Miss Adelson, stop talking. After he'd ruled, and say, listen, they're also homeless. How can we serve a subpoena to a homeless person? Desperation, you know, she really revealed her thing. And I just don't see how, whether Katie said that or not, you know, if she did say it and if it was recorded and proven that it was her and she said that, that does not, like, it's not at odds. It doesn't mean her testimony about the knowledge of the Adelsons' involvement is invalid. It's a useless contest. Don't get it.
Give Dan a call and call us back later, okay?
Yeah. Tell Mom to take something and relax.
I will.
I know what I was dealing with. She didn't take something, she didn't go crazy and get upset.
Okay. I love you. We talk a little bit later, okay?
Thanks so much, DJ Miller, for the super sticker. Very kind of you, DJ Miller.
Got full power on my phone, so I'll call you guys in a little bit tonight. And that's,
Just call Dan first, okay?
I'm going to call her in a little bit, but I'm calling Dan first, okay?
Okay.
Right. Love you guys.
Love you, Charlie.
The caller has hung up.
Hey, guys.
Oh, Charlie.
So
You spoke to Dan?
I'm like, been there for a while. Been there for a long time. He was occasionally trying to go eat to get out of the road. He stayed on it for a long time. He said he was going to call you guys when I got off the phone, and I was going to call in a little bit.
yeah, he did. We were able to get through debris.
I took the break. Roland has like fallen asleep in her lap.
Okay.
She's like, when it was in a Roland, I'm like, just don't say anything to him yet. There's no reason to.
No.
Yeah, I can't handle that. That's the honestly the only thing.
No. I know. You don't have to do anything now.
No. I mean, honestly, the only thing I really wanted to do is be a good dad in my life. Is to be a dad and have a son.
I know. Believe me, I know.
I just wanted to be a dad. I mean, when I was with Bree, I dated her for 6 weeks. I found out she was pregnant 6 weeks after we'd broken up. And I was like, no, I want to keep it. I want to be a dad.
I know you did.
Yeah.
Hey, Charlie, if you just wanted to be a dad, you could have just been a dad. But you also wanted to be, you know, some organized crime, hire the hit. You know, you wanted to, you know, you killed Professor Markel. You know, absent your actions, none of this would have happened, right? Your ego led us to this place.
I know, Charlie. I know.
And you know what? You're still a dad. You're just a dad in jail. Dan Markel's not a dad. He's not nothing anymore.
Take a breath, Charlie.
Take a deep breath, Charlie, please.
But honestly, I'm like, I don't know if I'm in a state of shock.
Yeah, you're in shock. We're all in shock.
Yeah.
All in shock.
I had a feeling though, so it's not like, listen, I've been up in Tallahassee for a year and a half. I mean, I got a taste for how big this case was. I had no idea. There was no way hell I was ever going to get a third.
What do you mean you had no idea how big this case was? There's been 3 trials. It's been 10 years. I mean, what do you mean? You should have had an idea, you know? You should. I had no idea how big this case was. Well, maybe it's not so well known in Miami, where you're all busy on the jet skis. But yeah, in little old Tallahassee, it's pretty big. Even, it's a global event, Charlie. There's people sitting in Portugal watching you. And Ireland, and Bangladesh, and Sydney, it's big.
Trial up here. No,
that's right. No.
Listen, even with the jury consultants, we ended up using X's on people that were like fucking horrible. Like not even like selection. It was just like get the people off that you like. I mean, honestly, I sat there and like the same people that I said let's X off our jury. To be honest with you, were the same people the jury consultants were like, yeah, you can't have these people on your jury. So it wasn't even like picking good people. It was about just keeping the fucking horrible ones off that we could have come on. There was no like, every time I said, oh, this one, I had the same numbers down that we had to get rid of it. Yeah, I don't know, paper the day.
One thing that I find quite frustrating, and I'm sure I'm not the only one about trials, is that we rarely get to see members of the jury, right? Sometimes people come forward and are interviewed after the trial, but not very often, I don't think. We get a few descriptions from Charlie about his jury, but I just wonder, what would, if Josh Dubin had done what he sold, we're going to get the perfect jury. We're going to do personality quiz. We're going to feel out who's going to give a not guilty verdict, and it's only going to cost you guys $1 million. What would his perfect jury have looked like? I'm guessing that they would have all been men, white men, white tax-dodging men, just basically friends and colleagues of his from Miami, right? People, I mean, I know Ryan Fitzpatrick, they're not friends anymore, but a bunch of people like that, right? Sorry, Ryan. If you're out there, Ryan, I've got a t-shirt coming for you, man. Macho Sapien, all the way. Yeah, support Ryan. Yeah. Oh, hey, look, thanks so much, Riding Shotgun, for those fabulous True Crime Metrix memberships. We got Paul M. Trees run on batteries. Trees runs on batteries. Oh, sorry. Trees. I'm just going to call you Trees Run on Batteries. Teresa. Oh, here we go. Luck of the Irish. Good membership. Maribel is hooked, and Jeannie Doherty. Welcome, Jean.
There was no,
I know. Listen, these people didn't deliberate. We know what happened. They were decided before. They went back, filled out their papers, and came out. That's not a deliberation. They looked at...
Yeah, they decided because it was really clear from the state's bulletproof case. Let's briefly summarize it. We had all of the wiretaps. We had the stapled money. We had your son's bullshit testimony, Wendy's testimony, Jeff's testimony. I mean, and then Katie, who has been convicted of the hit, came out and told us that it was him. I mean, what are they going to deliberate? These people, they don't understand reasonable doubt. They don't understand... What do they think a deliberation is? Like, that they have to go back there and sort of have a second trial between themselves and say, right, you be state, you be defense, now debate the case. I think commonly the thing that happens in deliberation rooms when they first get there is that they say, let's see a show of hands. Is anyone on the fence? And I think, okay, how many people think he was guilty? And everybody put their arm up, right? So if that's the case, what is there to deliberate? If one person said, I don't know, I think it might have been an extortion plan, then there would be, they wouldn't have got to a unanimous. It needs to be unanimous. And if it is unanimous, when they do a first show of hands, what the fuck is there to deliberate? Nothing.
A couple things. Got on it. They probably ate for an hour and then talked about some stuff.
Yeah, they ate for an hour. It took them... The first hour, they decided what kind of pizza they want, and then they were waiting for 45 minutes, and then they ate, had a little dessert, maybe some cookies and cream, and then it took an hour to fill out the forms, and then they came back. I mean, it really is that simple. It really is that simple.
The paperwork, filled it out, because they went all the way to, like, I guess 1:30 with the opening stuff.
Yeah, they went to 1:30 with the opening stuff. Okay, I want to bring up something that Wendi Darling put on Discord. Everyone out there, join Discord. Fantastic Discord. We got so much going on Discord every day. Great rooms, great people, great community, no drama. I mean, really is no drama. And there are no rules, because why do we need rules? You see some Discord places and they're like, well, you have to put a trigger warning. Put a trigger warning. There's got to be a trigger. We don't care about that. We just trust people to do the right thing on the Metrix Discord, okay? I've only kicked out one guy who was a weirdo, and I asked him, please don't go and shoot up a school. But that was ages ago, and we've had no trouble since. We've had no trouble at all, apart from one clown. Anyway, Wendi Darling says on Discord that she's got questions, tough questions. Do you think the state will call Wendi for Donna's trial? I imagine Wendi being stressed out each time she testifies. But I also think she would poop her pants if she was not on the witness list. If it were me, I'd be like, oh my God, the state has decided to arrest me. Well, what do I think about it? I think it's a really interesting question. I think it's a question that's all too often just assumed that Wendi will be testifying. But it's possible that that's not the case, right? I mean, I ultimately I think she will be called to testify. But I do think it would be a really cool and ballsy move from the state to say, yeah, we don't need you, and get ready, okay? I've been thinking more about this because we did a kind of video the other day about what is Wendi's value as a witness. Oh, who's that? Who's that? I got the chat in the way. Let's double check. Thank you so much. Amy, for the 5 cups of coffee for the Chopper Fund. Thank you, Amy. That's very kind of you. So, what was I saying? I was saying... Yeah, Wendi has no value as a witness, but maybe it's not so much... Maybe what the state is doing with calling to Wendi to testify is not so much about the value of her testimony in service of the relative prosecution, but more as a sort of pseudo-interrogation, right? Georgia Kappelman, because she has questioned Wendi 3 times now, has a much clearer understanding about Wendi Adelson, what she's like to talk to, what her triggers are, what riles her up, you know. And I think if I were going into battle with an operator, as surely Wendi is an operator, I'd feel better doing it knowing my enemy, right? I think that's in Sun Tzu. If you know the enemy as yourself, you will fight without danger in many battles. It's true, and you know, I think they're almost like practice runs for the state for when we come to Wendi's prosecution. I don't think George is going to miss the opportunity to do that again. But yeah, I do think it would be an interesting psychological warfare tactic to not call her to the stand, because it would I think it would insult Wendi's sense of self-importance. We don't need you. What do we need you for? So you can come up here and lie and say, we met in 2004? We don't need you. You're worth nothing, and we'll be talking to you soon enough in cuffs when you're arrested.
They probably just watch the stuff.
Yeah. It is deliberate. It did nothing. It did absolutely nothing.
When they came in and I saw when they came in this morning and nobody looked at me, I knew they'd already made up their mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a really common thing, Charlie. If you'd have studied true crime like all of us, you'd know that if the jury comes back and won't look at you, it's a big indicator that they're, you know, they're not with you. Eye contact is so important, is it, in human communications, non-verbal communication?
Yeah.
Sometimes I wish I went with my gut instinct for life.
I love this. I love this. You know, sometimes I wish I went with my gut instinct, and his gut instinct was clearly to move to fucking Nicaragua or something. You know, it's like he's saying it without saying it, and I think he's also saying to Donna, you need to run like what I was planning to do, right?
Dan did a great job. You spoke well. They listened to nothing. Absolutely.
They listened to nothing. They listened to nothing. Dan did a great job, and you spoke well, and they listened to nothing. They didn't care.
They cut and pasted emails. They cut and pasted lines from text messages and gave us their own meaning. You know, like, oh, kissy face. Oh, like.
I saw what they did. Oh, it's a mistake.
Yeah,
like it's nothing.
It was like, I don't know. It was like like they dressed it up into something it wasn't. They just I don't want to talk about it. I'm in shock.
You know what he should have done, what any criminal should do, is when you are planning to hire someone to murder someone else, you have to, before you pull the trigger, you know, is that even a pun? Before you commit to the decision and put the plan into action, what you need to do is imagine that you do get caught, that you do go to trial, and it might be years later, because there's no statute of limitations on murder, right? You need to imagine that even if you're not caught straight away, you could be caught in 8, 9, 10 years' time down the road. And you could be on trial. And you need to imagine what your defense would be in that case. And as you're moving through the years, you need to be, you know, doing things that are recorded, like text messages, things like that, that are going to help your hypothetical defense should you ever need it. You know? So don't send kissy faces to the woman who is extorting you. Don't give Sigfredo Garcia a birthday present. Just like it's even on the day after, Charlie was texting Katie going, "Oh, it's a beautiful day. I'm going down to the gym. What are you doing? Taking the kids to the pool? The beach? It's so sunny." You know, it's just, if you're gonna commit to something that could end you with life in prison, you got to invest those hours. You got to plant those seeds along the way. Should you ever need them, maybe you won't ever need them. But if you're that much of a moron to put this plan together with Tweedledee and Tweedledum hitmen, you need to be planting seeds basically forever, or at least the next 10 years. And I wonder, is that what Wendi has been doing? I mean, she's certainly, the relationship with Wendi and her family and her brother definitely changed after the arrest, right? After the arrest of Sigfredo, Luis, and Katie. Distance started to happen.
Partly in shock, partly not surprised.
And look at Wendy's email to Donna post. Can we bring that up? Let's try and bring that up. Wendi Adelson email to Donna after Charlie's conviction. I don't know if it's here. Can we find that? What about on Google Images? Maybe it's on Google Images. Just looking through Reddit. I don't know if it's easy to find. Amy. Oh, well, yeah, don't worry about it. You're ill. You don't lift a finger, Amy. Maybe we'll find it later.
Partly just certain things that I don't want to go into, but I just wish I went with my gut instinct. My gut instinct was, I wish I would have gone with my gut more like, what it's about, right? So you guys take care of yourself. I mean, I'm not saying I needed you guys getting sick out there. One more thing on my head.
Yeah, no.
Yes, I don't have much. You know, I don't really have much in life anymore. So it was something happened to you guys.
Yeah, well, we'll be fine.
We'll stay tough for you, Charlie. We'll stay tough.
Stay tough. Stay tough. When was he ever tough?
You know, I kind of know what it's going to be like, but I did ask Dan if they put me in, if they maybe get me in some protective, it's called protective management, where people are like, that I guess have high profile cases or people that are like police officers, when they go into custody.
Yeah, nice one, Neville. Neville just sent me the text from that Wendi sent to Donna after Charlie's arrest. Good example of distancing herself, right? Wendy's text said, "Dear Mom, I know you were upset by the verdict, but the anger directed at me is not justified. I'm not responsible in any way for Charlie's situation. I am not guilty because I did not do anything wrong, and I was not involved in any way with Danny's death." Then telling her mom they must speak through their lawyers, she said she was singularly focused on taking care of the boys during this difficult time. I am not guilty because I did not do anything wrong and I was not involved with Danny's death. Wasn't for her mom, it was for law enforcement. And the text also clearly suggests, well, obviously, yeah, I mean, this is it's not even well thought out. There would have been a way for Wendi to write this in a way that seemed personable, right? That seemed like a text a daughter might send to her mother. But it's so cursory that it's just so slapdash, you know? It's just, what do I need to say? Well, I need to say, I was not involved in any way with Danny's death. I am not guilty. I did not do anything wrong. It's just enough effort to put that on record, and then she doesn't give a fuck after that, right? Yeah, I should think that this message will come up at Donna's trial. I imagine Georgia Kappelman reading this text and just going, oh yeah, okay. Well, we got 12 of your peers that are going to make that decision, Wendi.
They put them in extraordinary.
Hey, Victoria Girl, thanks so much for those super stickers, babe. No IVs required tonight. Yeah, with total withdrawal.
They can't put them in general population. I heard this camps don't like that. They're in shock. He said they're going to work on that. They're going to work on the appeal.
Right.
I mean, listen, it's such a high profile. You know, it's like you have to get an appellate lawyer. It's such a high profile case that, I mean, listen, everyone's saying all the right things. Listen, I had a gut. I really did. There was about 45 out there. And,
let's see what develops. Just let's be patient.
Trust me, the judge gave these people plenty of warnings. I'm sure they followed their little instructions.
Oh, okay. We got a more full version here of the text. Dear Mom, I know you are upset about the verdict, but the anger directed at me is not justified. I am not responsible in any way for Charlie's situation. I am not guilty because I did not do anything wrong and I was not involved in any way with Danny's death. When I was interviewed by the police and testified in court, I told the truth, as I was required to do. I cannot control how the prosecutor used my statements at Charlie's trial. Also, as you know, my lawyer has advised me not to talk to my family or anyone else about this case. I followed his advice despite your disagreement with this guidance. Please do not text me about this case anymore. If you have anything further to say about the case, please go through our lawyers. Right now, I have to be singularly focused on taking care of the boys during this difficult time. And what is this? Donna's response is, okay, we have no desire to speak with you about the case. I guess Dad and I are just shocked that you didn't think of coming to see us or even calling us. We are your parents. We are and have always been there for you and for the boys. None of what we wrote matters about the case. That's over. I just wanted you to know how many times Charlie is asking about you. Not only do you not ask about us, but not one question about Charlie. We will need to give you some information shortly and need some business assistance. Please let us know if you can be of any help. If not, we'll try to find someone who can help us. This needs an immediate reply so I can start asking other people for help. Okay, this is so fucking revealing, right? We saw Ali Abulaban on the stand with his demonstrations in front of the jury about how he's an abuser of women, right? He's getting angry and frustrated and threatening at the prosecutor. I mean, hilarious. But here, you know, she starts off, the first quarter is, we have no desire to speak with you about the case, that's over, blah, blah, blah. Then she goes on to emotional blackmail. I just wanted you to know how many times Charlie is asking about you, which was a lie. He asked once, at the middle of the conversation. You know, I've heard it, another thing say, the first thing he said when he got on the phone was, how's Wendi doing? That's not true. We know it's not true because we've listened to the fucking calls. He asked once in the middle of one of the several hours of calls that we've heard and have access to. Not only do you not ask about us, but not one question about Charlie. Emotion, blackmail, and then this bait. This is a big thing with abuse, right? This bait. We will need to give you some information shortly and need some business assistance. I think business assistance is some common phrase used. It just sounds like, you know, when you say something to a drug dealer on the phone that's not about drugs, but you both know it's about drugs, right? Yeah, business assistance. It's just too... yeah. We need to talk about some business assistance. Could we come over and get a $40 bag of business assistance? Please let us know if you can be of any help. If not, we'll try to find someone who can help us. You know, that's the switch. That's the bait and the switch, right? This needs an immediate reply. Well, you'll get one when I am good and ready. This needs an immediate reply so I can start asking other people for help. We need help. Business assistance help. And then there's another text here from Donna to Marty Ellis. Just got off the phone with Charlie. Too many things to take care of. No time to talk. Please understand. Besides, my daughter just texted me not to talk to her about the case, in quotes. How about not calling us to see how we are after my son getting a death sentence? Well, it's not a death sentence. Dan Markel got the death sentence. Charlie got a life sentence. He'll still be able to read books, you know. I mean, have you ever gotten into a really good book that just changes your life, absorbs you completely? You're living through the pages of the book. You can't put it down. That's a pleasurable experience, right? You can do that in jail. Dan Markel can't do that. In a grave. Charlie can still speak with his son, see pictures. It's not a death sentence, Donna. It's a life sentence. And he'll be sitting in the concrete shitbox next to a toilet with no seat. and using a gym mat for a pillow. But he will surely laugh, smile, eat. You know, most of what he'll eat will be shit. But you know, I think at like Christmas they get a little something extra. I think in visitation there's a vending machine. There's you know, we know some inmates on their birthday get pizza rolls, and there's still, even with a life sentence, yes, of course, most of the food is just going to be fucking, you know, stuff that you wouldn't even be able to sell to the public, right? The worst of the worst. But he will still have the opportunity to have some pleasures in his life, right? Dan Markel doesn't have those pleasures. How about not coming here to see us? Did she not want to see her father banging on the floor and crying? Is that what was going on? Was Harvey on the floor on his hands and knees, pounding the deck, just sobbing? Well, yeah. I guess Phil went through some tough times too. Oh, there's more. What have we got here? Donna to Wendi. Don't get nervous again. Nothing about the case. Just would like to show you business stuff and personal things. If you can't do it, we must find someone who can. I hope you understand that this has nothing to do with the case. There is no more case. And then Donna to Annie Cunningham. Can't say exactly why, but we may need you guys to come here, both of you. Wendi is not responding to us, and we have an issue that we cannot discuss over the phone. I know this all sounds crazy, but I assure you it's not. Well, assurances aside, Donna, it is a little crazy, you know. Most people don't even come close to dealing with this kind of drama ever in their life, right? But I assure you it's not. I wish I could tell you more. Don't make plans till I contact you in a bit. Thanks, Annie. Stand by. Don't call me yet. This is like clandestine messages and secret codes. And then Donna to Wendi. By the way, you said you have to focus on the boys. Have you told them? Yeah. Charlie's on business. Big dental conference in Saigon.
Oh, I'm sure they did. Yeah.
These are people who took the Appleton. These are all people from Tallahassee. There's no way there's no way they're a rock. There's no way you don't know about this case. You know, this is the biggest. This is like this is the biggest case they've had up here since in the 80s. This was.
Charlie, they weren't listening. They weren't listening to anything, because if they had a brain and they were listening, it was very clear.
Yeah,
but these don't listen. They just go. They just do. They don't listen.
Yeah, and they're hammered with someone like Georgia Kaplan, who makes it real simple for them.
She didn't even. She had no evidence. She had nothing.
No. They had emails. Look at the emails. Oh, look at the emails. Which is,
the emails that never mentions anything about danger or violence.
I trust me. I know that it's not how that's not how they use it for. They use it to paint a different picture. To paint a picture. You know, I mean, Jesus Christ, they made a deal about me calling the home line. We've had it since 1979. Like, you only lived there for 3 months in 2014. So you're only there 90 days in 14. They were going to charge going to 16. Well, yeah, it's because the house was sold in 15, and you're only there 90 days. And there's nothing special about calling my home phone, but they put up a pie chart, and they made it look like there was something very suspicious about calling you at home.
Yeah. It's just they painted a picture without evidence. That's what they did.
Yeah.
What are you talking about, Donna? There was loads of evidence. But, you know, that's what was shown in trial. There was all the evidence, Donna. I mean, total disconnect these people have, you know. If they don't get their own way, they just say goodbye to reason. They're incapable of understanding any point, no matter how well-founded, if it doesn't agree with their aspect.
It literally, they had a theory. I don't know what to talk about it anymore.
Yeah, there's no point. There's no point right now.
I don't want to talk about it at
I
all.
can't really talk on it. Even though this is a calling.
I love how there's some prisoner screaming in the background. Oh, the noises in prison. No. I get annoyed if I stay in a hotel and the fucking cleaning lady is upstairs mopping or sweeping. It's just, you know, let alone some screaming prisoner.
Landmine.
Yeah.
Right.
I know.
Right.
All right.
So it's only for the night that they moved me over to E1 because when you get convicted, they notice sentences like this. They want to know
Say that again. They're moving you?
So they already did. When I came back to the jail, they had to roll up my stuff and they moved me into E1.
And
So
what is that?
they let me keep my clothes. I'm not in my regular cell anymore. They have me in a suicide cell.
Is it your own cell?
Yeah, it's my own cell, but it's got a hole in the wall and shit on the ceiling. I can't see the glass. It's got a video camera in it. People fucking screaming.
I know, I hear them.
And I'm just like in my little cell, like a solitary green cell with lights on. I can't see out. Like I said to the officer, put me in here. I'm like, listen, I'm not suicidal. But I guess whenever you're convicted and stuff, they put them in one of these for observation. The chief of the prison can come talk to me tomorrow. We're going to have a therapist come talk to me tomorrow. I'm not suicidal. You can't leave me in here that long. You crazy looking at yourself. They know they can talk to you in the morning. I'll probably get moved back to my pod and back to myself. They just do this, I guess, precautionary thing.
Yeah. Oh, God.
That's what they sometimes, right?
Not even believable. Unbelievable.
I don't want to say no way to any of the fellow players because this case is so big. It was so publicized. It was so. This isn't some guy trying to get an appeal on the case. This was like what had to be sold. Getting up here. They had live coverage. They had, they pull out all the stops. It's not something.
I know. I know what they were
not making a fake. You know what I mean? It's not like, we thought on this, you got brought back on appeal, or the judge made a super ruling. They were dotting every I and crossing every T. But I love you guys.
I love you, Charlie.
I love you, Charlie. I love you. I love my
Get
whole
through
heart.
tonight and get
Please.
through tomorrow and just call us anytime, please, okay?
Yeah, no, listen, take something so you don't end up having a heart attack tonight, okay?
Okay.
Listen, I love you guys a lot, okay?
Take a heart attack pill. You think Donna's not already taken some pills? You think she needs any leading on that? Oh, yeah. Well, maybe I should take a pill. She's had about 4.
I love you too.
I love you, Charlie. My whole heart, I love you. Please. I love you.
Understand, like, I just take care of Roman for me and keep an eye out for him.
You know I will.
We will.
I know it.
And then,
Charlie.
that's Wendi. By the way, I wrote...
Yeah, I'll take care of Roman for the 4 or 5 years more that I'm going to be alive. Then we'll leave him a bunch of money for his alcoholic mother. That's a shame we can't get Bree's body cam footage. We have to petition a different court. Maybe we can. I don't know. I mean, they responded with the Freedom of Information Act, and they said, listen, because it was State Highway Patrol footage, we can't give it to you. And if you want it, you have to go through, like, it has to get ruled upon or something, you know. But obviously that does happen. I mean, there's... Or have I imagined that? I'm sure I've seen body cam footage from State Highway Patrol. But I don't know if I have out of North Carolina. Maybe it's different there. I'm sure I have in Florida and Wisconsin and California.
Sent like a month ago. He never wrote me back.
I don't. I'll find out.
Yeah. All that.
No. How's Wendi doing?
I can't talk to her. I don't know. I don't know.
You don't talk to her?
I did not talk to her. I can't do it. I can't talk to her. Anybody else but you. Good fan.
Yeah.
Listen, I love you guys a lot, okay? Everything's gonna be fine. I'm gonna be strong.
I know you will.
Dan's gonna look out for me. They're gonna try to. I already told them, so don't harass them about it because I've already spoken to them, said it twice, and they said they're definitely gonna look into it and do what they can.
Exactly. I know. I know. Say that again.
Yeah, about the protective, trying to get me into the protective management because of the publicity on the case.
Right.
And look, I don't want you guys. I know you're upset. I just don't want you guys getting sick over there.
We will. We will. You just be strong, okay, and it will be fine.
Yeah, you're strong.
Yeah, Charlie, be strong. Wait in your room. Wait in your room for 72 hours of suicide watch. Be strong. Be bored. Be bored out of your mind. No window? Too bad. Yeah, be strong. Be bored. Be frustrated.
Dealing with this for how many years now? You know, it's like...
I know.
Now you get when I listen, I haven't been myself. Listen, for me, for how many years for how many years I had, like, it was hard to be normal with everything going on. Like,
I know.
it's kind of, you know, and I still try to work, and it still works, and it's still, like I don't think nobody ever got what was going on in my head.
No, I know that.
Nobody ever knew. But I always had like I said, I always had a feeling.
No, I know that. I know that.
I remember, honest to God, I remember the last time that we all went to the sushi with Rome, and we were taking video. You don't really want to know what I was thinking in my head.
Mm. We'll take care of Roman, but just hang in there, okay?
How you doing, Charlie?
I'm good. No, listen. I woke up today in jail and going to bed in jail. Nothing changed for me. Unfortunately, we didn't win. I don't even say it. I'm still in shock. I'm still, honestly, like...
Welcome, Cosmic Kitten. I love the name, too. That is a good name. Cosmic Kitten. And Tay. How you doing, Tay?
I know.
I cried a little bit when I got in the cell, but I'm like... I'm still...
You're strong. You're strong.
It's set in, but it hasn't set in, and it just...
Of course not.
It doesn't feel real. And it's almost like... If it makes any sense, it feels like it's no different than it was yesterday. I'm just in the term cell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's like it's like my worst fucking nightmare, to be honest with you.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. I know, Charlie. I know. It's for all of us. It's for all of us, Charlie. It is for all of us.
I don't even know what to say.
I don't know what to say either. We're here, Charlie. We're here. And anything that can be done, we're going to try to do. You know that.
No, I know, but don't. Do me one favor and don't get sick. Listen, tonight, please take something now if you haven't already.
We already did.
We did, Charlie. We did.
Take another one. But listen,
All right.
I love you guys. You're my parents.
I know.
I love you, Charlie. I love you.
We love you more than you do.
But
hang in there. I don't want to make you cry, so you're just taking it tonight, okay?
Again, if I want to quit tonight.
Yeah, call us anytime.
Anytime.
We're up.
Anytime, Charlie.
Okay.
Please, anytime.
Okay. Okay.
Love you. Love you. Love you.
Bye, sweetheart.
Love you.
Love you guys.
Love you.
Love you guys.
The caller has hung.
Hey, hon.
Hi, Charlie.
How are you guys?
We're okay.
We're all right.
By the way, I only have like $15 on my phone.
On your phone.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. I'll take care of it right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
I called Mike.
Yeah, I only have $15 on my phone card.
I talked to him for like 20 minutes.
Yeah.
He said he had texted you guys.
You did. What about commissary or eye care? What about those things?
I got food for. I'll get the food when I get back into the pod from the guys I gave it to. I'm not that hungry. They had chicken tonight. Shitty, but I ate it. And they gave me 2 packages of tuna fish back. They'll give me my food back. Last night I thought I may be getting out today, so I gave away all my commissaries that I had saved up.
Right.
But the 2 guys I gave it to, I'm friends with. They'll give it right back. It's not. They're not keeping it or anything. But I'm just in this one cell for the night. So they just have me like, yeah, I'm just in a cell for the night. In the morning, the chief of the jail is going to come see me, and they're going to have they have like nurses that come and they're going to ask me a bunch of questions. I mean, I'm not suicidal, but I guess they just do that so they don't have a problem with you having you under observation. I understand why they do it, but I told the sergeant who put me in here, I said, if you keep me in here long, I'm going to go fucking crazy.
They'll let you go back. They'll see you're okay. They'll let you go back.
Yeah, no, I'm fine. Listen, I woke up in jail, back in jail. I've been here for a year and a half. I guess that was very big swing of emotions to go from like thinking you're getting out.
I know. We were all set.
Yeah.
It took a whole bunch of clothes from a couple of weeks ago. I packed up a suitcase for you. So when you came, I had it ready for you to go to a hotel with it. I had everything ready for you. We were sure you were coming out.
I didn't, honestly, the way I've been to Tallahassee for a year and a half, I could tell the temperature up here. I could tell how everybody knew who I was. This was not a case that this was not a normal case that was in the system. This was a special case.
I know, honey.
You know?
I know.
This was not, and I said it, and I knew it. I knew I should have. I knew what they wanted to do. You know, I stayed, and I saw it coming. I saw the freight train coming.
I saw the freight train coming. I was tied to the rails. Georgia Cappleman just on the locomotive. Honk, honk, honk. Is that the sound a train makes? That's more like a truck. She drove a truck right onto the rails.
Gotta be strong.
You gotta be strong.
Yeah. Just off the stars.
He's just like a fucking drowning mouse, isn't he? Just gotta be strong. You're just rambling, man. Listen, buddy. Life in prison, no parole. That's you're gonna go through orientation, then you're gonna get moved up to South Dakota, which I guarantee you, he never would have wanted to visit. Could there be anything more different than Miami? You thought Tallahassee was bad? Oh, how do you like South Dakota?
Charlie.
What's
that?
I'm saying we'll try to do everything we can to help you.
Don't give up, Charlie.
No, I'm not giving it up. I just listen. This was Tallahassee Super Bowl. But when I sat, it's funny. I was so optimistic and everything. When I sat this morning and I saw what she was doing at the close, and I kept writing down notes like, she's lying. Like, she's lying. Like, she's making shit up. Like, she's making issues of things that are not related to anything. It's not even evidence. They're just saying it's circumstantial evidence that I called my parents' cold phone number. Like, and they put together an impressive pie chart that the 10th grader could figure out there's nothing special about it. But she made it out to be special. Everything was special. Everything was boom, boom. You know, Wendy's book that she wrote became like, Wendy's putting down Tallahassee. Wendy never put down Tallahassee in her book, but she kind of spun out to be like, the way Wendy looks at Tallahassee, like it was like Wendy was putting down Tallahassee. She wasn't putting down Tallahassee in her book. But it's the way it was, you take the text, and you take the email, and you take the book, put some more pictures of emails up, and you got the show.
I know. Believe me.
And I'm sitting there and watching the show, and at the end of the show, she's quoting Ryan Fitzpatrick, who I didn't know in 2014, giving information on 2014, and I'm like, what the fuck am I watching? Like I spoke to the guy twice in 2014. He was my best friend in 14, evidently.
Yeah, but I know, I heard it.
I'm like he was my best friend in 14. And then they say, listen, whenever the thing that he gave instructions, and he told me, whatever the prosecutor says or the defense attorney says in closing, it has to be construed as evidence, not presented as evidence. They're just summarizing things in the case. You got to listen to what you heard during the trial. It doesn't go like that. These people just look and listen to the closing, and the way everything was spun at the closing, I was like, this isn't reality. If these people are watching this. This is not reality, but they had this 2-hour production.
Yeah, she lied. She lied several times. I know. We all caught it.
Like it did. You know, each person's, you know, has their own. It's like everybody who walks in has their own agenda, or you know, or a bone to pick, or a tail to spin, and everything just gets taken as like face value. Like I feel like a fool for even thinking or letting people convince me that I was gonna have a shot. I really feel stupid. God, you know, they say, go if you've got instincts that don't look at anyone else. That's. You hear me? Hello? 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 Can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
The caller has hung up.
Olive says, Donna, the mother, is to blame for all of this. You're supposed to protect your children and grandchildren, not drag them into murder and leave them fatherless. She's an evil mother. Yeah, absolutely. She is the, you know, in Wendy's issues with her marriage, a good mother would have handled that, you know, mediated, considered the needs of Dan, taken them into account. It's fine to stick up for your daughter. I mean, even when there's nothing to defend her against, it's fine to put her first before the spouse, but you know, don't kill him. Try not to kill him. Don't put a plan into motion. Should we read another one of Donna's emails? I thought that was really good the other night. Let's see if we can read another one. See if we can put it up on screen. We read the May 3rd one. What about the June 25th? Let me see here. It's only 3 pages. Let's see if we can put it up on screen. Browser. Emails. Was it 1280 by 720? One second. So this is from Donna Adelson to Wendi Adelson, sent the 25th of 2013, so about a month before the finalizing of the divorce. Hi, honey. Okay, just like it says on your necklace, never, never, never give up. Is that what Donna got for Wendi? I bet it is, right? It's time for action. It's time to take control of your life and not let Jibbers think he's just won anything by having you remain in Tallahassee, 8 hours away from the only family you have, and lose out what will be a job that will afford you and your children advantages that they will never otherwise be able to enjoy. Let's show this fuck what will make him absolutely miserable. You know his weak points: money, religion, control. You have 5 weeks before your court date. I know you have a job that keeps you very busy. However, the rest of your life, and consequently Dad's, mine, yes, and yes, even Charlie's, will be affected by how well you can perform/act before July 31st. You can be a good actress when you want to. I've seen you in action. You need to put on the performance of your life. Jibbers hasn't beaten the Adelson family yet. You have a very strong family behind you. Just remember that. Dad and I have done everything we could to try to help you for the last 10 months. Now it's time to help yourself. We believe that you will be able to make this happen. If you can put these actions before everything else this next month, and you know that you've only got the kids a limited number of days to do this, we believe that Jibbers will be saying, "Stop this!" And you'll be telling him, "You wanted me in Tallahassee. My children are going to fit in the Bible Belt." They're going to church every time I have them. I'm having them privately tutored at home to get them caught up for the Sunday school classes that I've registered them in for the fall. The class time coincides with the service I'll be attending. Tell him that you've got a new outlook on life and a new hope, and you'd like to go to heaven. Perhaps he would like to join you and the boys at church. Plan of action. 1. Take photos of the boys, dressed nicely, standing at the front door or by the sign of a Tallahassee church. Then change your Facebook status photo to this one, so everyone will see this. Perhaps a line under the photo with "New beginnings in Tallahassee" might be nice. Within minutes, Jibbers should either see this or will be getting calls from his friends, acquaintances about this. How happy do you think he'll be? 2. Make arrangements to get the boys caught up with a private tutor, teenage Catholic church member, who will come to the house to teach the young men about Jesus. If you don't have time to arrange for this to happen, I will happily do it for you. She or he will serve as a good babysitter assistant for you while you're preparing dinner, etc. 3. Let Jibbers know that your children will be baptized in the Catholic Church, and you'll certainly invite them to the event. Let him know that the Catholic Church is a big part of your life now with the boys, and you'd like him to be part of it. As long as he wants you to remain in Tallahassee, the boys will be involved in the church, in church-related activities and ceremonies. Let him get used to it. I've already checked this out, and a baptism can be arranged within 2 weeks. We can send out evites to Jibbers, his parents, sister, and anyone else you want to invite. 4. I'm looking into summer camp programs for the boys. We will pay for it, even if the boys end up going only for a few days that they're in Tallahassee on the days you have them prior to the hearing. 5. Register them for toddler classes at church. I've looked into this, and even if they don't go, we can show Jibbers that they are enrolled for the fall semester. And you cannot tell anyone this is an act. Somehow it will get back to Jibbers. Take control from him. Get to him psychologically. He's going to want you to stop this. Wendi, you've been through a very difficult year. You have to make a huge decision. You did that. It was the right decision. Now you have one final opportunity to make him angry. We want him ticked off so he realizes that he could lose control over his kids. We plan to make a financial offer to him to allow this relocation. You need to work this plan, and we'll help you through it so that it may affect how much we will offer him. Maybe he'd be willing to let you relocate if he knew his children would attend a private Hebrew academy like Donna Klein in Boca. Or perhaps he'd like them to invite him to a Christmas party at his other Sunday school. You have a little over 3 weeks till mediation. Let's get this going now. I know you would never want to think that you didn't do absolutely everything you could to try and come down to your family. Between living down here and having a job that will give your children the lifestyle they deserve, your life now and for sure in the future will be significantly better. Gary told us that he is not going to hire anyone until after your court hearing and after we try to make a financial offer to Jibbers. We don't want Danny to continue his religious influence over these children any more than he's already done. If he keeps this up and they don't want to eat in your non-kosher home, and if they see you don't want to attend their shul functions, you will be the outsider. As they get older and more involved under Jibber's religious influence, they will be able to request which parent they want to live with. Don't allow Jibbers to have this power and control over them. Then, in reality, he's going to have the same control over you. Dad and I have changed our lives this year to support and assist you and the boys in every possible way. Charlie has accepted the loss in the office business income for us to do this because he loves you and wants only the best possible future for you. It's time for you to show us that you can put on the performance of your life for the next few weeks. Please call us after you read this. We're waiting to talk to you. If you have any other ideas to make a last chance for relocation happen, please let us know. We send this letter with our love and only the best intentions, Mom and Dad. I mean, fuck me, it's like the Crusades, isn't it? It's just this religious warfare. You know, if the boys don't want to eat in your non-kosher home, that's a problem. Absolutely insane.
I figured you couldn't hear me. I knew something was wrong. Yeah.
No, I couldn't. Did you hear me saying hello?
No, not at all. If I was doing the same thing, it just went quiet.
And the bars didn't go down on my phone.
So you've got what? The same, they take your mattress and put it in another room?
Yeah, I rolled up my mattress and I got a blanket and it's just in another room. So it's like a solitary cell. You know, it's got a camera in here, it's got glass, and it's just got a bed. You know, I'll have contact with anybody. Hopefully people won't be all night.
Different floor or same floor?
No, picture my pod. You can't picture it, but there's like a contact. It's my pod's got, is it 2 stories? You know, it's got a second level.
Right.
So it's got a second level and then a first level. And then on the halfway to the bottom, there's a concrete wall. And then they have all the suicide on a quarter of the pod underneath all the cells up on top. So it's like set up just like the pod is, but it's got a whole wall that divides it, and then it's got this 15 adults back here, 6 men, 6 women, and they got cameras in each one of them, and they have an office that sits and watches all the closed circuit cameras in each cell, and that's so there's a toilet, a sink, and it's got a bed, a slab, rolled up my mattress and blanket, brought it in here, and it's you know, for tonight, and I'm sure 5:30 in the morning, if I'll be ready 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning. You go to the nurses at 6 o'clock. She probably help her at some point. Check me out of it. Hopefully allow me to go back to the pod that I came from.
Yeah.
That I'll be there for at least another 30 days. And then I'll be transferred. I just thought I was going to get, honestly, I thought I was going to get a fair shake. And I never, put it this way, I never thought I was going to get a fair shake. I got led to believe that I was going to get a fair shake, and I started to believe it myself. You know, I just, oh,
you know, Dan is writing to me while we're talking, Charlie.
Yeah,
he said, hang in there, we're going to continue to fight. You just stay with it. So, not giving up on you, just wait.
I know. It's just a big case in Tallahassee. It's not your normal case comes back on appeals and they let a guy go like that.
Yeah. Was he flying back to Miami?
He drove.
Oh, he drove.
Yeah. I mean, I stayed around because I thought I would get a fair shake, but that's not what happened.
I know.
You know, it's like I should have stayed around for the. This is not something like. I don't know how. I mean, I just don't know how Dan was so optimistic. He was very optimistic, which I appreciate, but.
Because the case was good, and he was good, and you were good. It was the jury, honey. It was just what you said.
There was no jury in Tallahassee that would have let me go. That was never going to happen. I mean,
Yeah. He was good, you were good, the case was good. It was the jury, honey. And that crooked judge.
We were like outsiders up here. Let's put it that way. We were definitely outsiders and looked at as like people from another planet that shit on Tallahassee. You know, like she sort of.
Well, you did shit on Tallahassee. Yeah. Tough break. Being, seeing as you people have spent close to 2 decades shitting on Tallahassee, where the jury of your peers will be chosen from, the pool. You're shitting in the pool. That's what happens when you shit in the pool, Charlie. Sooner or later, you're going to make a mess.
Doing that whole thing about Wendy's book.
I know. Like, are you kidding me? I know. What does that have to do with anything?
Okay, maybe we should read something from Wendy's book. I don't know. Should we do that now? Now that they're bringing up the book, I mean, I absolutely promise that whatever needs to happen for me to read chapter 1 tomorrow. Chapter 1 is very short, actually. Should we read? Chapter 1's weird because it's written. It's just these 2 diary entries. It looks like. Maybe we should just read the foreword. Is there a foreword? There's an introduction. Okay, let's read the introduction to Wendy's book. Introductions. Grandma always warns, never share your underwear. Mom advised, go to law school and find yourself a good husband. My husband Joshua said, write this story. I have listened to only some of the sage advice I received over the years. In my former life, I was a corporate lawyer with a pathetic dating record. None of my clients had been forced into prostitution, as far as I knew. I was a tax-paying U.S. citizen with an upright upbringing, good friends, and a reputable job. I am now what the industry calls a public interest lawyer. Now, I know the reputation that lawyers have. I have heard all the jokes. I have also had honest conversations with people from all walks of life about the kind of law that I now practice on behalf of some of the most marginalized and defenseless people in our communities. And it is a very different kind of practice. When I talked with my husband about writing this book, I told him that I wanted to start my part of our story on human trafficking with statistics and hard facts about statutes and international agreements, about the intersection of law enforcement, state agencies, and service providers, and how they fail to what is that word? Coalesce. Sorry. It's not a word I read often. My husband has convinced me, and I think rightly so, that you, as an audience, don't really want to hear about all that. People are drawn in by the human dimension, he tells me, and that is what I will try to give you. I have decided to tell my story and to let my clients and now friends, Rosa and Mila, tell you theirs. Our stories are connected, but each has its own distinct origin. I really don't think I could do their stories justice, so you will hear their thoughts, to the extent possible, straight from them. Despite all that they have been through, and you will see it is more than anyone should ever have to deal with, Rosa and Mila want their stories heard. They want to know that they did not suffer for nothing. Our collective hope is that you will read this book and you will learn that the trafficking and exploitation of human beings is going on all over the world and all over the United States. You will see just how easily the same situation could happen in your own community. We hope that if you get to know Rosa and Mila, you will see that we are three women who wouldn't have otherwise met if not for the bizarre confluence of events that led us to convene in the small and wonderful town of Hiawassee Springs. The small and wonderful town of Hiawassee Springs. Grab some popcorn and some tissues. It is going to be quite the ride. Is it? So that's the introduction to Wendi's book. Why don't we have a look at her TV interview? Let's go to the wiretaps. This was shocking. Wendi Adelson TV interview. Fucking Google's YouTube search sucks when you're looking up the Adelson case. Literally scrolling through the whole damn page here. Wendi Adelson TV interview. What else? Wendi Adelson about her book. Oh, hang on. I spelled interview wrong. Maybe that's a problem. Is Amy still here? Or Neverly? Let's all look for it, guys. You know the one where she's on TV and like some... it's from way back. It's from way back. Remember, guys, you can support the channel on buymeacoffee.com/truecrimemetrics, bringing it to you live at all hours of the day. I'm actually quite looking forward to reading Wendy's book now. It's the 1st of February tomorrow, so I think that's a good place, right? That's a good place to start. It's 40 chapters-ish, and I think if we do 1 chapter a day, or maybe 2, I think some of them will be pretty short. Let's do 2 chapters a day. So, well, yeah, we should conclude on my birthday, February 20th. Okay, I can't find this video right now, but we'll see if it comes up.
Take the picture.
That's what
You know, like, what are you doing? Why were emails with constant, like, theme? You probably lost 80% of this. Listen, you never win. You have to get it. The best you do is highlight.
Sorry, mute button. Thank you so much, Mary, for that coffee. I've got to move this chat thing out of the way of the coffee pop-up. But thank you so much, Mary. Buymeacoffee.com.
One of the guards was saying to me, he goes, the best thing to do is hang. You have to have unanimous. I mean, 12 people have to vote your way. I mean, you think you're going to get all 12 people to vote your way? You're crazy. Not up here. The best you do is hang. If you hang, you do it. The best you do is hang. If you hang, you stay here. You stay until they retry it. And they get another bite of the apple.
Yeah.
You know, like, these people fucking hated me. I mean, they looked at me like, you know, like some guy that's making $5 million a year.
Yeah.
I wasn't.
I know you weren't. Well, they're not finished, this family. It's just the start.
Well, I know.
Look, there's nothing, as you know, there's nothing you can do right now. You get through the night, you'll see these people in the morning, you get back to your cell. I'm going on to secure a check that adds the money to the account, so we'll be okay. And you need commissary money too, right? Commissary and...
Like the commissary, man. And I probably hold off on that. I got commissary money. I just need to get all my shit I gave away.
Well, check tomorrow and see what you have, and you'll tell me what to order for the eye care, okay?
Yeah, hold off until next weekend to order it. And then I think the first camp I get to, I don't think you can order commissary or something. We go a little bit without commissary. Trust me. Until I know it's safe for me to get stuff, I'm not going to. Like, wherever I go, until I know that it's safe, I'm not going to be ordering like I have, you know? Like, I have my own cell, my own badge.
You said you're going to probably go back to your own cell tomorrow, right? Charlie? Hello?
Yeah, sorry, the bars just went down for a second. I'm back.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, I thought tomorrow you'll go back to your own cell, right? The private cell?
Yeah, I should. I'm going to be in Leon for
a month.
I'm going to be in Leon County at least for another month, because then they have sentencing, and then they'll move me after they do sentencing.
Yeah.
Like, I'm only going to be here for probably a month, and then they usually do sentencing, and then they usually move you, like, the following Tuesday, is when the buses come. Then they move you to, like, an intake center, you learn, all the stuff like you have to do. Kind of like they keep it like military. How they want things done, and then from there, they'll tell me where they're gonna ship it. Somewhere we pick apart. So last thing I need is for you guys to get sick of, because I don't really have much else.
You're gonna be fine, Charlie.
Yeah.
I just need you to be okay. I'll be fine.
Yeah, no. I'm going to say a shot. I'm still in jail. I was in jail yesterday and in jail today. I'd be more comfortable if I was in my cell. I'd be more comfortable if I was around the people that I talk to.
Right.
Walk around the little rec deck area.
It's already 9:30. They'll put the lights out at 11, so before you get to go to sleep. And
in this time, well, I haven't had anything.
They don't shut the lights off?
No, but I can honestly, I've gotten to the point I just put my head on.
Thanks so much, Jackie. Yeah, we're planning to be on every night that we can until the 16th. Because on the 16th, I'm going to a place. And the only internet connection is Starlink. And the signal doesn't quite reach to the area where I will be. But I am looking into a Wi-Fi repeater to extend the signal from Starlink. Because if I can get a signal there, good signal, fucking hell, I am set up, man.
The blanket, and then it's dark. I've got a sheet, and then I've got a blanket. So I do that, and then I can sleep.
Okay.
So I'm in here, and it's just pacing around. They don't shut the lights on. They got the cameras on.
Okay.
Well, they have a guard sitting watching the cameras. I don't know. I just literally was really thinking I was getting out.
We all did. We all did.
That's
just a shock.
Like I came to believe I was getting out, but like the country in Tallahassee wasn't like.
Fucking goddamn mute button. Thank you so much, Victoria Girl. You're too kind. Big Juicy Bone Fund for Soap. If anyone doesn't know, Soap is my dog and resident sound controlist. Are you okay, Soap? Level check. 1, 2, 1, 2.
What was it?
Thank you, Victoria Girl.
You know what I mean? It's just like the way everybody's reacting to everything. It's like everybody's drinking the Kool-Aid too much.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, I should have.
I know.
I would say trust your gut instinct.
Yeah.
Like should have trusted my gut.
I know.
Goddamn mute button. Yeah, no, we are writing that down for a merch product. I should have gone with my gut. I know we keep talking about it. We keep saying we're going to do it. We keep writing them down, and people are queuing up, ready for that merch at merch.truecrimemetrics.com. But I have a feeling that from tomorrow, folks, that we're going to have a lot more time for business in the Metrix studio. I should have gone with my gut. He just keeps saying it. I think he says it about 45 times in this one call.
instead of listening.
That's always right.
People. Oh, yeah. No, and then I have like, you know, people convince me otherwise, and then I'm like, oh, okay. No, good. Should have gone with my gut instinct. Like, it was so, trust me, like, it was so on, it was ridiculous. Like, my gut instinct was so on, but I didn't trust my gut. You know? Like, what do we get it? Like a good gut instinct? It's a good gut instinct.
Yeah, I know.
You know, I trust me. I knew when I was sitting eating sushi with Roman that last time that I was with him. Like when we all went to sushi in Weston.
Yeah.
Remember, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I look at the pictures all the time. I know exactly what you're talking about.
You know the video when I'm eating sashimi with him?
Yeah.
I swear to God on my life, I knew when I was sitting there taking the video with him. I just did. That's what was going through my head. You know, wasn't enjoying the moment as much as I was thinking, like, life was on video. Really, I had a weird, you know, the turtles. It was weird. It was almost like an out-of-body. I felt like it was out-of-body experience while I was doing that. You know what I'm saying? Like, it just...
I do. I was there with you.
Like, I was there, but I just felt like this was like I was literally cherishing every moment. More so than I should have been for eating sushi with my kids.
Yeah.
It's all in my head. It's just trust me.
I'm sure it's safe.
I want you guys to take care of yourself because I don't have much else to manage my life in this battle unless something happens to you guys.
I know.
So, like, take something to relax. Like, take something to relax.
Yeah,
we will. You know what I mean?
I do, sweetie.
Yeah.
I do.
Yeah.
I know.
Well, I know we're going to figure out a lot of shit in the next couple of weeks anyway.
Right.
Today's not the day to figure stuff out.
Not today. No.
I'm honestly, I cried a little bit myself, but I'm more just like, bigger shock.
You're in shock. I know. You're in shock.
Okay, you know, very...
What are they really trying to achieve with this call? I guess Charlie just needs to break up the boredom of sitting in a room with no windows for 72 hours minimum, and I think it was Labor Day weekend coming up. The 72 hours was due to end Friday night of what would be Labor Day weekend. So I think he might have sat in there for 144 hours. Which is rough. And he probably doesn't, they probably don't even let him have a book in case he slits his wrists with the pages.
You know, we all are.
Yeah, just hope.
Just,
Yeah, talking of...
What's
that?
I was just going to say,
yeah.
just hang in there, please, because
Yeah.
things might change.
No. Things can change. I mean, miracles can happen.
That's right.
But it's number one in this case is that we have to get moved out of Tallahassee. I mean, it was an absolute joke when I was sitting there fucking, you know, it was a spectacle. It was literally a spectacle. Out of 152 people we had come in, 93 were honest enough to say that they already, what they knew about the case, revealed their biased opinion. We had 5 people on the jury with law enforcement in their family.
With law enforcement in the family.
Yeah. Like, I had a guy that was a 20-year sergeant in the Army and then retired in the post office 20 years. Or working in the post office. 20-year sergeant in the Army. Like, 20 years black sergeant from the United States Army. Like, you're not looking, like, how is this 60-year-old retired sergeant from the Army look at me? Like,
a 50-year-old is better than a 40-year-old, and a 25-year-old is not as good as a 21-year-old. It's like, I got to find that call, the pre-bump call, where they're talking about Wendi and like her age.
Alien, like an outsider. I mean, I was a total outsider up here. This was not. Nobody could have won this case up here. Let's put it that way. Not even. I mean, you think Dan could be that wrong?
You know, I guess
like you got to have 12 people go your way to get out.
Yeah, I know.
They didn't have one. They didn't have fucking one.
You could only make so many X's. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the X's that really need to be used, they're X's. They said, "I'm Charlie with a fair shake. Get him out of here." They used their 12 to get anybody that would have given me a fair shake that they threw. I used their 10. I used my 10 to get rid of people I needed to get rid of. You know, but I still don't, I mean, I know it's the system or whatever, but like, I still don't understand how they can be taking so many things that have nothing to do with the case, from like the whole phone number to emails to people's statements who have like vendettas, like, and then like present them like, oh, this person said this person said this.
Fucking mute button. We've just received from our good friend Neverly Darling the link to Wendi Adelson's book interview. I've put the time code in chat, 4541, so we don't forget, and we're going to look at that. We're going to be starting reading this tomorrow, chapter 1 and 2 at least, or we might just read a bunch. You know, we might just read a bunch. Let's see. Tune in tomorrow. Earlier. I'm just going to upload it. It's not going to be a live, I don't think. We'll do it as an uploaded audiobook series on True Crime Metrix. Wendi Adelson's book. This is Our Story by Wendi Adelson.
Sherry, thank you so much. Well, human trafficking is a widespread issue going on right here in our backyard. We have with us this morning clinical professor at Florida State University's College of Law, Wendi Adelson, with a book, and hear more to discuss about human trafficking. And again, like we said, just it's a widespread issue that it's hard to believe it is happening right here in the United States. Welcome, Wendi.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here with us. So before we get into it, and
it's hard to imagine that it's happening right here in the States. Have you been to Las Vegas?
And get into your book, how is it that these women get here to the United States, and why the United States?
Sure. Human trafficking is a problem that happens all over the world. And oftentimes people think it's just people who come from other countries. But actually victims of trafficking are sometimes born in the U.S. Or have legal status in the U.S. So it's people coming in as well as people who are born here. And we're talking about sex trafficking as well as labor trafficking. So domestic servitude, agriculture.
Her energy's all wrong. You know, for the subject matter at hand, she should be more somber, right? What is this excited, you know, charming, smiley personality that she's putting out?
Industry as well as the commercial sex industry, which seems to get the bulk of the press.
So you're saying maybe someone who's...
because everyone likes sex, including me, which you can tell from the length of my skirt.
a housekeeper.
Sure.
I mean, that is short, right? That is super short. Does that qualify as a mini skirt? Look at the news anchor. Also pretty short, but less, longer.
And she could be being abused right there under the roof of the person that she's working for.
It's very, very possible.
Okay.
Right? So it's exploitative labor conditions, whether it happens through force, fraud, or coercion.
Okay. And I was reading some statistics.
Force, fraud, or coercion. A bit like your divorce from Professor Markel. Force, fraud, and coercion, coercive tactics. She did all of those things, right? Every single one of those things.
Sex industry, which seems to get the bulk of the press.
So you're saying maybe someone who's a housekeeper.
Sure.
And she could be being abused right there under the roof of the person that she's working for.
It's very, very possible.
Okay.
Right? So it's exploitative labor conditions, whether it happens through force, fraud, or coercion.
Okay. And I was reading some statistics. 17 to 25,000 women are brought into the United States every year and used as sex slaves. It seems, I mean, is that an accurate number?
I mean, as far as I know, it does.
That sounds low to me. Are you kidding? That's nothing. It's a country of 350 million people. 17,000. I think it's a lot more than that.
It does seem possible. We are seeing a large amount of cases, but it's the type of thing that's really hidden in plain sight. Mm-hmm. So people want statistics, and they want statistics for good reason, but it's very hard to know in truth how big the problem is.
Let's talk a little bit more about your book. You're an immigration lawyer, so you deal with women like this all the time. What do you want people to get from your book? What do you want them to understand?
Sure. I want them to see the human side, the human face behind this issue of human trafficking. I want them to understand that these are people who are vulnerable, and that's what leads them to be trafficked, and that they are people who are capable of great courage and great joy.
Oh, is that what you were trying to achieve with your book? So it's not just like some shit-slinging fest at your husband that you hate, that you didn't acknowledge in the... what does it say at the beginning? Let me see. Well, it doesn't seem to... I thought there was something at the beginning that said something about her and the boys, but not Professor Markel. Well, it doesn't seem to be in this copy. Doesn't matter.
There's a lot of humor built into the book. It's not it's not an altogether dark.
A lot of humor. Yeah, can't wait. Can't wait. Like, what was it the other day that we read? We decided to move to the Wasi faster than some people decide whether to order fish or chicken for dinner. Ah ha 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 ha. That was so funny.
It really exposes the fact that these are human beings, these are individuals, and they come here seeking a better life, and they are duped into an experience that's far beyond what they would have imagined.
That's interesting that you said that the book has some humor to it, because it just seems like such a serious issue.
It is a very serious issue. I don't mean to make light of it, but I included the character of their attorney who tries to help them through the process of their criminal trials and their immigration legal experience, and really tries to help them move on. It's an experience that really breaks their spirits. And the book doesn't end right when they're discovered, right when their experience of trafficking ends. The book continues on to show them trying to live normal lives in the United States and trying to move forward.
Because for many of these women, even though they are free from these traffickers, they still live with this sense of fear, because
Absolutely.
One of the reasons, and I'm assuming here, and please correct me, is if they leave, if they run away from these men that are holding them, they can possibly hurt their families,
Absolutely.
kill their families.
Sure.
So they always live with this fear.
Mm-hmm. They aren't necessarily physical chains, but there's a large amount of psychological coercion that goes into convincing people that they will harm their families. There's a large amount of psychological coercion that goes into convincing people that they will harm their families if they try to leave, and that keeps people in servitude.
Now, there's some laws in place to try and shut down human trafficking, but there's something that also we as citizens can do. You said that there are some places we may drive by and it could be going on behind those doors and we may not even know it.
Sure.
It's kind of like hidden places. What should we be keeping an eye out for?
This is great. This is great. You ready for this? What should we be keeping an eye out for, to keep out for these trafficked victims?
It's a great question in terms of what are indicators of human trafficking that you might see. I mean, anytime you see a situation where you feel like someone is being victimized in some way, whether it's a child, whether it's an adult, there are hotlines. The Department of Children and Families has a hotline that you can call if you...
Okay. Did you see that? What are the indicators? And her answer is, that's a great question. Look out for any victim of human trafficking, be it an adult or a child, and then straight onto, there are hotlines you can call. So the indicators are, look out for an adult or child that's being trafficked. So, just see that again. It's a non sequitur. You know, Wendy's energy level is all wrong. And I believe that she has, you know, it's to state the fucking obvious, right? But the thing is, I don't know if in this specific example that she's nervous for being on TV, and you know when to draw a comparison with things that happen in normal life that I'm sure we're all familiar with, when someone is nervous and they talk too fast because they don't want to look like they're nervous, right? But they give themselves away because they're just totally off key, off balance, off high, energy's too high. It's not a grounded place. And Wendi, I don't think she has a grounded place. It's always high up energy, right? And she seems to have found a way to make that work for her system. But, you know, it's very revealing. I don't know what else I can say about it. Let's just see that again.
What should we be keeping an eye out for?
That's a great question in terms of what are indicators of human trafficking that you might see. I mean, anytime you see a situation where you feel like someone is being victimized in some way, whether it's a child, whether it's an adult, there are hotlines. The Department of Children and Families has a hotline that you can call if you see something that looks a little bit suspicious. If you see a young girl, maybe from the same or a different ethnic group, taking a shower outside, if you see a young person in the neighborhood that doesn't seem to be attending school.
How often does that happen? Does anyone drive around and see some ethnic child showering outside with a hose pipe? I mean, maybe it was just a hot day.
It seems to be in the home.
How
and
young
staying there.
are some of these women or girls?
I mean, they could be as young as 5, 6, 7. If we're talking about individuals serving as domestic servants in homes.
Wow.
People working in the agricultural industry. I mean, there are so many industries, especially in Florida. Florida is actually the 3rd worst state for human trafficking.
Wow. Well, Wendi, thank you so much for coming in and talking about this issue with us. And you can find Wendi's book, This Is Our Story, in bookstores.
Let's fact check that, shall we? What are the worst states for human trafficking? Well, I thought that might pop straight up. It's going to take too much digging.
As well as on
WendiAdelson.com. Does that still exist? Nope. Okay. So let's go to the wiretaps. Uh-oh. I've lost the original link. Okay, I wanted to show you guys all this, right? The other day, we looked at Wendi's house, her new house in Austin. And I'm not going to go through the whole thing real slow again, but just to remember, it's, quite a large house, fancy, interior, decorated, blah, 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 It's, upper middle class, certainly, right? I'm like, what the fuck is this room? What is this room? Who is sitting in this room and why? But, certainly some kind of statement of a house, right? Blah, 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 blah. Then we went to have a look at Bree's house, which is this one here. Which I also thought was like, whatever, just not impressed. Again, large, luxury features, big deck, closet, blah, 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 blah. I mean, I said on the video that I wasn't impressed by either one of them, but I so seldom am impressed by properties that are on these websites, right? But the very next day, my father sent me an email, and then I spoke with him afterwards. And following the recent fires in California, he wanted to check if he could find a house, the house of a friend of my parents, that they visited in Pacific Palisades in the early 80s and stayed in this nice house for a couple of weeks. He was wondering if it had burnt down, right? And it hadn't. But he also found that it had recently gone on the market and his friends had moved away. They've gone somewhere else. But, yeah, so just by that opportunity, there was a shitload of pictures of the house available. And I remember hearing something about this trip of my mom and dad in LA in the 80s, and so it was kind of in context, but I'd obviously never seen the house. And when I saw some pictures of the house from the agents or whatever, I was like, whoa, okay, this is really nice. This is really nice. And I just wanted to show it to everybody in context, in a comparison to Wendy's shit house and Bree's shit house. For me, this right here that we're going to look at now is a house worth my fucking time, okay? Okay, very nice. I'm going to make this a little bit bigger. So this is over in Pacific Palisades. Ooh! Well. How about that, Wendy? Would you like that, Wendy? Would that be nice, Wendy? How about you, Bree? Well, what a nice outdoor space that is, huh? Sort of like an outdoor-indoor feel, isn't it? That's what you call a front door, okay? That's a door. That's a staircase. And my dad said, this hasn't changed in 40 years. It was exactly like that all that time ago. Grand piano. Ben and Lincoln could be playing that grand piano. That's stunning, right? I mean, come on. Whether it's your taste or not, it's clearly done very well. Yeah. You see, Wendi Adelson's dining table is in the fucking porch of the front door. I mean, not the porch, the entrance. Who does that? Nice big double door for those hot days in Pacific Palisades. A ton of natural light. Ah, the pool's really nice as well. Okay, have we met our triangle fridge, cooker, sink rule? Oh, look, I think we have. Cooker, fridge, sink. Little TV on the wall over there so you can keep an eye on your favourite Netflix show while at the stove. Nice little breakfast area. Maybe a snack lunch. Little panini to go. Remember Breeze Island, where you had to reach under the countertop to get to the cupboards? What the hell? Yeah, this is the nicest kitchen of all the houses that we've looked at for sure. And then the oven and grill over there. I mean, yeah, nice. So you don't have to bend down to put stuff in. What's that through there? That's the dining room through there, right? So easy to serve. Nice stools, comfortable. Yeah, remember Wendy's little wine fridge in the kitchen? This is where you have a collection, okay? How many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Well, it's about 12, 15 across and 20 down, so 300 bottles storage there. We cannot be expected to live without a wine cellar. Comfortable couch. I could live on that thing. TV looks like it needs an update. That TV looks like it was from 2005. Maybe that's the TV. $5,000. Little office space. Nice. Nice. Very nice. Nice. I don't know about the mirrored chest of drawers. A client of mine had this. I was hanging a $15,000 mirror on a wall above that weighed a fucking ton and was enormous. It was a nightmare. And I was doing it over the top of a mirrored chest of drawers. And I thought, if I drop this right now, that's going to be like 25 grand of damage. Yeah, his and hers sinks. Double sinks. That must be the master bedroom. Sweet. Photographer should have moved the fucking middle curtain, but whatever. I never understand why people make those mistakes. Why is that curtain in the middle? There's your view to the road. Sweet view. Of course, all that's ashes now. Sort of a vanity area. See, it's got everything, right? Like, you look at fucking Wendy's house, and you know how Wendy thinks and what's important to her, and exclusive shit, and blah, blah, blah. Why haven't you sorted something like this out for yourself, Wendy? Because this looks really well equipped, and your house looks like a fucking mismatched, wibbly wobbly fucking joke piece of shit. A bit like your body, a bit like your face. Yeah, a bit like your lying murderer face. Steps up to the bath. Nice. With a wind. Look, imagine having a nice bath in there with that view. Hmm? Come on. Yeah, anyone want a barbecue? Look at the size of that fucking barbecue out there, man. Good outdoor rest area. Excellent stuff. Yeah, and this is where my mum and dad were staying. How crazy is that? Yep. Nice pool. Feature shape. Grotto style pool. Nice outdoor lounge. Little jacuzzi at the top with a little waterfall. Gotta have a waterfall. Lots of places to sit outside, which is nice. And that's it. Pretty nice, huh? Right, what are we doing now? I think we've got a message from Amy. What is this? Okay, we'll have a little look at this. Maybe not, well, definitely not the whole thing. It's an hour, and I think it's really dry, but I just want to see. This is Wendi giving her speech in her courtroom dress.
About my clients' lives is that human trafficking is happening all over the world, and it's happening all over the United States.
To the beginning.
Good morning, everybody. We're going to go ahead and get started. We'll have a few guests coming in a little bit late, so once they come in, we'll just allow them to sit there in the back rows. Welcome to our 6th annual Spanish language celebration. We have a special guest with us this morning, Miss Wendi Adelson. Did I get her? Yes. She finished her master's degree at Cambridge University in international relations, and also came back to the United States thereafter and finished her law degree at the University of Miami. Since 2006, she has been involved in human rights and representing minors for FSU and the University of Miami in different capacities.
The whole thing about Wendi being involved in human rights and, advocate for trafficked victims and so on, it's all a con, okay? Total con. She knows that she can use that along with her personality to act philanthropic, to act, she will find more people to support her causes because of her choice of the area of law, and that is the only reason, right? She doesn't give a fuck about prostitutes or molested children or trafficked, forced sex workers. Does not give one fuck, you know? You know how I know? Because Charlie is bragging about going down to Colombia and the Virgin Islands and fucking children for money. Yeah?
She is the author of This Is Our Story, which is a book, a novel about two young women who become the victims of sexual trafficking in the U.S. And she is here to share with us those stories. In addition to that, I should mention that this was the book that the Florida State University selected for their freshmen to read as part of their reading initiative. So please join me in welcoming Wendi Adelson.
Thank you very much. I'm so happy to be here, and it's so nice. I just finished signing one of the copies. One of your fellow students, her son was assigned to read the book. I found out that although assigned to read the book, it doesn't necessarily mean they read the book. So you can lead a horse to water, you can't make him drink. But thank you all for being here.
Well, I'm a horse, and I'm being led to your shit book, and I'm going to read it on air tomorrow, starting tomorrow.
And taking time out of your busy Tuesdays to learn a bit about advocacy on behalf of victims of trafficking. I want to thank Dr. Manuel Alvarado for bringing me here and making this possible, and fellow Truman Scholar Dr. Bob Vanderveld for bringing me here, and Sue Adamski too for helping organize this whole venture. Thank you very much. Despite the fact that I taught at a law school, I actually really don't enjoy listening to myself speak. I prefer to listen, so I intend to keep my remarks like a script. long enough to cover the essential material, short enough to still be a little bit interesting, and I will leave time for questions at the end. I was telling Dr. Alvarado.
And by the way, guys, that house that we were just looking at, it sold for 2.8 mil, which I think is pretty damn fair, to be honest. Like, if I was in a position, I don't think I'd feel cheated. You know, it's going to be a lot of money, but I'm betting, I'm willing to bet that you could spend a lot more on a lot worse, right?
I would love to know what is interesting to you all about this topic. I've been speaking about human trafficking for about the last 10 years now. And usually, about 10 years ago, I would ask an audience, okay, who's heard of human trafficking? And I wouldn't see a single hand. I've seen that change, so I'd like to ask all of you, who here has heard about human trafficking? Raise your hand. It makes me so happy. That's excellent. So let's begin.
Who are you talking to? 4-year-olds? Who here has heard about human beings and the trafficking of them?
I've had a chance to do a lot of really interesting things over the last many years, and something I'm really proud about is writing the novel that Dr. Alvarado mentioned. The novel was inspired by the work that I've done over the last decade or so, representing victims of human trafficking, but also advocating for immigrants in different contexts, so refugees, asylum seekers.
No, it didn't burn down, Julia Nilsson. Luckily, it didn't burn down.
Children who are fleeing abuse. And I've heard incredible stories that motivated me to write this book. Stories of pain and of abuse, but also stories of tremendous courage, love, humor, and inspiration. So I went to law school. I don't know if any of you are interested in law school, but we can
Have any of you heard of law school?
definitely talk about that as well. I went to law school specifically with the plan in mind to become an advocate for immigrants and refugees, because it was work that I saw as providing a voice for voiceless sectors of society. So writing this book for me was a continuation of that effort. I worked with so many people whose stories had just never been told, and it was what I wanted to do to make sure that people knew about my clients and knew about...
Yeah, we'll see about that, Wendy, starting tomorrow when we read This Is Our Story.
...about their struggles and knew about their vulnerabilities and knew about why this happened. So the book is a softly fictionalized account of two particular, well, hundreds of clients that I worked with, but one of the main characters in the story is a young woman from rural Argentina, and she comes to the U.S. to live with a family, to work in their restaurant a little bit, and to hopefully attend school. That's her dream. She wants to learn English, she wants to go to school, and she wants to really make something of herself. And the second is a woman in her late teens who feels very sure she knows everything about the world, and she wants to come to the U.S. and become a movie star. She dreams of being an actress. So she actually comes to the U.S. through answering an ad to work in a Chinese restaurant in Atlanta. And she plans to move directly to the silver screen from there, which obviously was a long shot, we know that, but for her, she had very big plans. And the third character is a public interest lawyer that lives in the Florida Panhandle. So that was not really a big stretch for me. So you might be asking yourself, why did this lady write a book? Does she have anything better to do? Yes I do, but I would tell you I decided to write a book for a few compelling reasons. The first is about human trafficking. So human trafficking is a signature issue in human rights for the 21st century, as you know, because all of you know about it already. It unites people on both sides of the political aisle. As much as there's vitriol in the immigration debate, you can find Democrats and Republicans find this one area that...
Look, guys, I think I'm just going to leave this playing until I catch up with the chat, okay? I mean, I don't think we need to watch this, but it is telling, and she's wearing that fucking dress, you know, so it's just this woman, this talentless woman, you know. Her only true talents are in the things that she can't show to anybody else, because then the jig would be up, right? Her true talents are in lying, not feeling bad at all about lying, conning people, finding vulnerable men.
They can both agree on that human trafficking is wrong and it's an area of mutual compassion. And when I talk about trafficking, I'm speaking about sex trafficking and labor trafficking. And we're talking about the exploitation of a person's labor or inducement into the commercial sex industry through force, fraud, or coercion. So those elements are disjunctive. It could be any one of them, all three of them, two or three, but they're the important bits to remember. So we're talking about force, fraud, or coercion when we're talking about trafficking. Human trafficking is a huge problem, and they refer to it as one that's hidden in plain sight. It's estimated that in the US alone, there are 100,000 to 300,000 young women involved in domestic minor sex trafficking. So when they talk about domestic minor sex trafficking, it's kind of a term I'm a little bit uncomfortable with, but it's the term that's used. And so I'd like to just help define it a little bit for you so that when you hear it on the news or you see it in the media, you know a little bit about what that means. So domestic refers to US born victims. It means all trafficking is happening here, but domestic minor sex trafficking means we're talking about young people who are from the US, who are living in the US, who are somehow involved in the commercial sex industry. I'm wary about the statistics when I tell you it's 100,000 to 300,000. It's not that those statistics aren't true, it's just that statistics are very, very hard to come by in terms of trafficking. One of the reasons is that people don't really self-identify as victims of trafficking. So the government of the state of Florida was really trying to get a better picture of what was going on in terms of trafficking. We've heard the statistics that Florida is the third worst state in the country in terms of human trafficking. So the governor then asked a group of us, I was working at the FSU Center for the Advancement of Human Rights, and he asked us to do a study across the whole state and figure out really what was going on in terms of trafficking. And so basically I worked with the team and we did this research. So we interviewed every state agency, law enforcement, judges, prosecutors, service providers, and then the victims themselves to find out how we can better provide services to victims of trafficking in Florida, how we can better prosecute traffickers, how we can better identify victims, what we can do. And so I discovered through this process, if I didn't know before, how important it was to include the voices of the people that this happens to. So you have everyone else sitting around the table trying to figure out, well, how do we find traffickers? How do we punish them? How do we prevent this? But the most important people to talk to were the ones that were actually going through the whole process when this happened.
Soap is 8 years old, Michelle.
And they're the voices that were really missing for most of what was happening beforehand. So what we wanted to do was understand their stories and their perspective. We wanted to know, how do they get into these situations? What are the vulnerabilities that lead to trafficking? What happens during the process of being trafficked? How do they get out? And then what happens next? Too much in the media or in movies. Maybe some of you have heard about human trafficking from the movie Taken. I think they're up to Taken number 7 now. They just keep making sequels. You know, there's a lot of dramatization over, well, you kick down the brothel door and everyone's free and then everything's fine. What I really wanted to do, and what I learned about in the interviews and what I wanted to do with the book, is really explain that what happens is a really difficult and arduous and painful process when people are released from this process, and then they have to figure out how to repair their broken lives and how to move forward in a country that is either their country or isn't, where they speak the language or they don't, where they have access to social services or they have no idea. Maybe they don't speak English, maybe they aren't literate, maybe they can't drive a car. There's so many aspects to living in a place that sometimes we can take for granted. So it's those next pieces of how do you fully care for someone who is trying to put together a life in a new place. So those are some of the questions that we tackled in our research and some of the questions that I try to uncover in my book. As Dr. Alvarado mentioned, a lot of the work that I've done over the years has focused on child advocacy, or the intersections between immigration law and child advocacy. And so I've worked with a lot of children who have been abused, abandoned, neglected, or child victims of human trafficking. And so one issue with child trafficking that I've spent a lot of time on has to do with the actual definition of human trafficking. So the federal definition of human trafficking says any person under the age of 18 who's...
Okay, if anyone's got a good suggestion for a next Adelson video, any of the moderators want to put something, anyone in chat want to make a suggestion, I'm all ears. I'm all ears.
Induced to perform a commercial sex act is a victim of trafficking. Up until recently, the statute in Florida, the state statute on prostitution, didn't make any differentiation based on the age of the person involved. So a person of any age engaged in prostitution is engaging in a criminal act and needs to spend some time in juvenile detention, or if they're over 18, in jail. So we started getting calls at the Human Rights Center from law enforcement. And we'd get a call from law enforcement. They'd say, I don't know what to do with this person I just found. Are they a victim of human trafficking, or are they a criminal? And do I need to charge them as such? So what do you do when you have federal laws and state laws that say two different things? And some of it has to do with the culture of trafficking. We think about victims of trafficking and our hearts soften a little bit. As I was saying, it's one of those issues that Democrats...
I've been listening to this for 11 minutes right now, trying to find any content that, you know, has any meaning. What is she talking about? It's just complete waffle. Waffle. There's nothing here. Oh, everything she does is just a fucking blag, you know? She's good at finding people to put her in positions of power, right? Funding, accolades. There's no substance whatsoever. She hasn't said one fucking thing in 11 minutes that means anything at all. Nothing. It's not there. There's nothing here.
And Republicans can agree on. It's an area of mutual compassion. But there wasn't as much compassion surrounding people who...
She's always going on about this middle ground between Democrats and Republicans. I mean, what's your point? What is your point? Just tell us your point. Why don't you put a fucking PowerPoint together with some bullets and, you know, bullet bourbon points, and just run us through, you know, maybe give an introduction about what we can expect to learn from you. It's a pretty simple, you know, giving a presentation is a pretty simple process, right? You lay out what your audience can expect to achieve, and then you know, it's just introduction, factors, conclusion. I mean, that's it. It's sure. There's great styles of presentation. This is not one of them, but she's just. It's just very, very strange. She's a very, very strange, horrible person, and I hate her. I really hate her.
They thought of as kids in prostitution. Prostitutes. That word had a real stigma around it. That wasn't a population that people were interested in providing services for, except that the law says that they're the same person.
Okay, Christina says turn it off, but what are we doing next? I'm thinking on my feet. Come on, someone's got a suggestion. Where is that suggestion? A moderator could make a suggestion. A viewer could make a suggestion.
So it's a complicated dynamic between federal, state, and state law, and something that we've been doing a lot of advocacy on around the state to try to help law enforcement understand what it means to be a victim.
Unprepared and winging it. Yeah, I like that, Sandra. That's her whole deal. Wendi looks awkward and uncomfortable because she's unprepared and winging it. Yes, I agree. 100%.
Trafficking, what it means to have been induced into this commercial sex industry, and it's certainly something that we can talk about more in the question and answer when I conclude these remarks. And the final reason I wrote this novel about my clients' lives is that human trafficking is happening all over the world, and it's happening all over the United States. I have a lot of people say things like, this is people coming from other places. Well, sometimes it is, but it's also people who are vulnerable and other people who are trying to take advantage of people who are vulnerable. And that happens, people can be vulnerable whether they are from another country or whether they are from this country. Vulnerability is not dependent on your immigration status. So as I mentioned, Florida is thought of as the third worst state in the country, and that's because of the number of active cases we have where people are investigating human trafficking right now. So I thought I would give you a few examples of cases that I've worked on, and they're cases that are happening in South Florida alone. And I hate to say it, but these are just a few selected cases of the many cases that are currently happening in South Florida. But I chose them because I know the people involved, and because I was proud to have the chance to work on them, and also because they're pretty illustrative of some of the situations that arise with trafficking, and they'll give us good fodder for things to talk about after. So the first is the Cadena case, this family, the Cadena Sosa family. It was a case of commercial sex trafficking, and it was a family of traffickers from Veracruz, Mexico. The very interesting thing about this case was that the head trafficker was the matriarch of this family, and she was a 75-year-old grandmother from Veracruz, Mexico, and she had enlisted her sons, her daughters-in-law, everyone in the family. This was a pure family business doing this commercial sex trafficking. But she was the mastermind behind the entire operation. So basically, the Cadena Sosa family would go back to the city that they were from, to Veracruz, Mexico, and they would have the women from that family go back. And they would be dressed very nicely, in business suits, very professionally, and they'd have big diamond rings on their hands. And they would say to the parents of young girls there, "Look at me. I came from this neighborhood. We are doing so well. We have this restaurant in Miami. It's very successful. And I used to be just like your daughter. I didn't have anything. And now, look at us. We're so successful. We could do this for your daughter too." And they would lay a few pesos on the table, and they would say, "This is nothing to me. This is just a down."
They would lay a few pesos on the table. El muchos pesos.
Payment into what your daughter is going to bring home. She'll live with us. We will take good care of her like she's our own. She'll go to school. Everything will be great, and then she'll send money home to you, and you'll be able to have a better life for her and a better life for you. And so parents wanting, as parents do, wanting what's best for their children, they sent them, trusting that these people are from my hometown. They know my family. They know us. They wouldn't do wrong by us. And I'm sorry I get a little choked up, because it's just, as a parent, you can't believe that other people would treat your children this way. But they did, and so basically parents would let their young girls come thinking they were going to go to school, they were going to have a better life. And basically after they got to the US, the next stop was they took them to Kmart to buy lingerie and cheap clothing that they could wear. And they engaged in what we refer to as a brutal seasoning period, where they got these young girls ready for the life that they were about to lead, which was basically 7 days a week being involved in the commercial sex industry. So they were part of something called a mobile brothel unit. So basically they wanted to make sure that the girls didn't develop relationships past a few days with anybody that was with anyone that would stick. And so they had the girls moving to different areas around South Florida, and eventually all the way up the eastern seaboard to South Carolina. Different place every few days, keep them moving. So the women worked 12 hours a day. They were supposed to spend 15 minutes with each John or each customer at $20 per trick. It was 25 to 30 sex acts per day, 6 to 7 days a week. And I talked to you about trafficking and what it means in terms of force, fraud, or coercion. There was so many different kinds of coercion involved. Obviously, the initial fraud in terms of telling the parents and telling the families what this was going to look like. But the coercion, there were constant rapes, there were death threats, there was absolute isolation. They would tell them, you know how the police are in your country? You think the police are going to help you here? You don't have immigration status. We have your papers. Who are you going to tell here that's going to believe you? They're going to believe us. We're friends with law enforcement. They're not going to believe you. They had no real understanding of social service networks in the United States. And so the Cadena family earned $2.5 million off the backs of these young women in 2 years.
Okay.
So this case comes to light.
Stupid bitch. We'll go to another stupid bitch. A less evil, a slightly less evil stupid bitch. Let's do Katie 2019.
Exact amount.
Well, then why did you leave Fate?
Was
where you're
wobbling.
making $100 a night to go to Hollywood Live where you would make less?
It was wobbling. Put him on the plan. Put him on the plan, extortion plan.
And I told you at that time too that sometimes we have peak seasons and it starts dwindling down, so that maybe that's why I went to Hollywood. I can't recall. This was back in 2014.
Oh man, it is freezing in here.
You said that you were working in liquor promotions. What's the name of the company that you worked for?
I was trying to remember it. You guys didn't pull any records for that either?
You have bank records from Encore Worldwide and C.
Is this 2019? Or is this 2022? I think this is 2019. I'm just trying to... Is this 2019? No, this is 2022. Well, let's see how far we get.
Where you worked for liquor promotion?
That was way back. That was way back. I did other promotions for, I believe, Absolute. I cannot think of
what's
the
the name
other
of the
two.
company that you worked for?
I can't recall.
Paychecks?
I can't recall.
Okay, was it Encore Nationwide?
One of them, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that was a liquor promotion company that we have here that you worked for from January to December of 2013?
If that's what's on my records, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then what's CO?
Yeah, I know, this is
I
Katie
don't
too.
recall.
Okay, so then you stopped liquor promotions in December of 2013.
Well, we can go to Katie 1.
I don't recall the dates.
You said Encore Nationwide was the business that you worked for? Okay, so then if your
But I
last
just love
paycheck is in
Sarah
December of
Dugan's
2013, that's when...
Bites in this.
What'd you say?
All right, come to order. Order's back in session.
I'm going to put this fire on.
All rise for the jury.
Yeah, come on, get us some coffees, man. It's freezing tonight. Should we have a coffee? Should we have a hot coffee? You can help support the channel on buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix. Man, you know, I feel like I need to go for a jog or something. My feet are like ice.
Everybody be seated, please. You may proceed, Ms. Captain.
Ms. McDaniel, you testified about Mr. Rivera's reputation in the community for violence. Are you aware of Mr. Garcia's reputation in the community for violence?
Overruled.
As far as, I mean...
He's a violent guy too, right?
In the past.
Sustained.
Does he also have a reputation in the community for violence?
Maybe we should have some hot toast. That sounds like a good idea. Okay, we're gonna have hot toast. Be right back.
When he was younger, yes, he used to get in trouble.
But he wouldn't do anything for Charlie Adelson, right?
No.
Because he hated Charlie Adelson.
He hated him.
But he would do anything for you, wouldn't he?
No, because sometimes I ask him simple tasks and he can't even do that.
He loved you, didn't he?
I believe so.
He was desperate to get you back. We've heard a lot of evidence about that, haven't we?
Yes, ma'am.
What about for $100,000? Would he do things for that?
No, ma'am.
No.
No.
Okay. Have you seen the deep sea fishing thread states 183?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you already testify on cross with Mr. Zanganay that, watch your head please, that you, after reviewing this text, do not believe that Mr. Garcia was actually inviting Mr. Adelson to go deep sea fishing?
You mean Charlie inviting, oh, Mr. Garcia inviting him? No, I believe not.
So that was a joke?
I took it as a joke. I mean, from reading it, it's being sarcastic.
Well, you're not just reading it, you were involved in the text, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so was it a joke or not?
To me, yes, it was a joke.
Okay, so you were worried about Mr. Garcia contacting Mr. Adelson.
Yes, ma'am.
But you don't have any knowledge whether he did or that he actually did?
No.
Okay. Why are your lawyers trying to suggest that Mr. Garcia contacted
Thanks so much
Mr.
for those
Adelson?
coffees riding shotgun. Thank you.
Why are they trying to suggest that he contacted him?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Did Mr. Garcia even know that Charlie Adelson was the one paying for this murder?
Just repeat that question again.
Did Mr. Garcia even know that Mr. Adelson was the one behind this whole thing?
What time?
Ever?
I believe not.
Okay, because you didn't tell him who it was, did you?
I didn't know who it was.
You told him it was Wendi, didn't you?
No.
You watched the testimony of Luis Rivera, didn't you?
Yes.
And you testified that he is a gang member, yes?
Yes, ma'am.
That he is a violent person, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Member of the Latin Kings and a crown or head of that organization, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You testified that you know he has a tattoo, a large tattoo on his stomach, and that you know about how many phones he has. Remember that?
Well, he said that he had 2 phones.
Okay. And that you know about some of his criminal activities. You testified about certain things he engages in.
With Rivera, you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. But you also said you don't know him very well.
When did I say that?
On direct examination.
I mean, I know of him. I mean, he's been around us before. Like he's.
Yeah, I mean, he's the best friend of your child's father, correct?
I would guess so.
They've known each other since childhood.
Since they were young, yes.
So you've known Mr. Rivera as long as you've known Mr. Garcia.
No.
When did you meet Mr. Rivera?
Years later.
Okay. Did you hear Mr. Rivera get asked about his opportunities to review the evidence in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And you've had those same opportunities, haven't you?
Yes, ma'am.
How much time have you spent reviewing the evidence in this case?
Well, just probably the last month or 2 because we didn't have a lot of the evidence.
Okay, so before that you weren't aware of any of the facts of the case?
I was aware of some of the facts of the case.
And it's your testimony that, did your lawyers tell you they didn't have anything until last month?
And thank you, Carrie. Thank you very kindly, Carrie, for the 3 coffees. I'm going to be back in a moment,
we only had
guys.
a couple of the things.
Gotta,
like there's certain things that you guys just showed us during this trial right now.
How much time have you spent reviewing the evidence in this case?
How much time? Not
Yeah.
a lot.
How much?
I can't give you a certain time.
A couple hours?
Maybe.
Okay. And you can read, can't you, Ms.
Yes,
McBain?
ma'am.
You're an educated person, aren't you?
Yes, ma'am.
College graduate?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. How far did Mr. Garcia get in school?
He has his GED, but he has certifications as well.
All right. Certifications in?
Masonry.
Okay.
Heavy equipment.
Heavy equipment
equipment operation.
All right. And did you have a lot of control over Mr. Garcia? I mean, were you the one that wore the pants in that relationship when y'all were together?
I mean, he listened to certain things, but there's a lot of things that he just wouldn't listen to as well.
Okay. And when he was working, his paychecks went directly into your account. Is that right?
In what job?
Whenever he was working. Did that, you tell me?
Yeah, he'd give me a portion of his paycheck.
A portion or the whole thing?
Sometimes a portion, sometimes the whole thing. It depends. It's not a set amount.
Okay. At the time frame that we looked at for purposes of this investigation, his whole paycheck was going into your account. Would you agree with that?
Objection, Judge. Overruled.
Would you agree with that?
His whole paycheck when he was working in Rapid Capital?
Yes.
I don't believe he was giving me his whole paycheck.
Okay. In the time frame leading up to the homicide that we're here about,
yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garcia was living with this exotic dancer who was known by the name of Shrimp, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And he was not steadily employed at that time, correct?
No, ma'am.
And in fact, he had no vehicle at that time.
I believe he did have a vehicle.
Okay, what vehicle did he have?
I don't know because he's always changing up his cars.
Okay. And rarely had any money during that time frame. Would you agree with that?
When he was living with her?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know if he had a steady income or something, but he did have money.
He was living off of her. Would you agree with that, or you don't know? You don't agree with that?
I wouldn't know.
He took off work to come to Tallahassee in June of 2014, and that was at the Coastal Masonry. Did you know about that, that he had taken off work during those days?
I didn't even know he was working at that time.
And you didn't take him to the rental car place?
No, ma'am.
Why do your phone records put you there, that time frame?
It was around other businesses. I don't recall what I did that day.
You don't recall what you did that day, but you know you didn't go to that rental car place, right?
Yeah, no.
That you do remember?
Yes, ma'am.
If you had fled to the Philippines as your attorney suggested you could have still been arrested for this murder, correct?
I believe so.
Yeah, and your fleeing could have been used against you as consciousness of guilt, right?
But why would I leave?
I don't know. That's my point. You wouldn't. You
I
admitted
didn't.
you lied on your tax returns, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you admitted you lied to the Department of Children and Families, yes?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you know what the statute of limitations is on those crimes?
No, ma'am.
Your attorney didn't advise you that it would be okay to admit those crimes because the statute of limitations had run?
It was the truth, ma'am. She was asking me a question.
Okay. So you don't know about that?
No,
As
ma'am.
far as you know, you could be charged with that.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So you've admitted that you had a sexual relationship with both Sigfredo Garcia and Charlie Adelson around the same time frame.
Yes, ma'am.
And they knew about each other, according to your direct examination.
Yes, ma'am.
Meaning they knew each other existed, or they actually knew that you were sleeping with both of them at the same time?
No, they knew each other existed.
Okay.
Yes.
So they didn't know that each one didn't know you were sleeping with the other one?
No, ma'am.
All right, so you were lying to them about that?
I mean, I didn't think that I had to tell either one that I was sleeping with the other.
Okay. And that's also known as lying, would you agree?
No, I don't agree with that.
Okay. You understand that today you're sworn to tell the whole truth?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you also lied to Charlie Adelson about, I think, certain things that were happening around the time of that bump and that wire?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You lied to him when you told him that you had called the number on the paper, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you were actually trying to get Mr. Garcia to call that number, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you tell Mr. Garcia that you were trying to get him to call the number for Mr. Adelson?
No, ma'am.
All right. And you testified on direct that the reason you went to Mr. Garcia for assistance is not because he had something to do with this murder, but because he's your child's father and that's who you go to when you have a problem, right?
Well, at that specific time, yes.
All right. And that's why you solicited him to commit this murder, right?
No, ma'am.
And he's the person you go to when you have a problem.
You would insinuate that, yes, but that's your opinion.
No,
that's
I'm asking
not what
you.
happened.
Is that a person you go to when you have a problem?
Yes, ma'am.
You didn't ask Mr. Garcia to help this lady get her kids.
George is having some fun here, huh? Well, I think Katie actually does better in her first trial than the second.
Back in Tallahassee?
No, ma'am.
You didn't solicit him to commit a murder of Dan Markell?
No, ma'am.
Do you know who Tuto is?
Yes, ma'am.
Who is Tuto?
Sigfredo Garcia.
And who is Tato?
Luis Rivera.
Right. And when Charlie Adelson told you that the person that approached his mother said these names, you didn't tell him that you knew exactly who those people were, did you?
Didn't tell whom?
Charlie Adelson.
That I didn't tell him who Tuto was? He didn't mention Tuto's name until later on.
He mentioned Tuto's name on those wire calls, didn't he?
Yeah, on the phone calls.
And he mentioned Tato's name on the wire calls.
But that was later on.
Okay, whenever it was.
Yeah.
He mentioned those names to you, and you didn't say, oh, I know exactly who that is.
It was later on. It was later on, lady. Ma'am, it was later on.
My baby daddy and his best friend.
But he...
Can we... I would like to make like an AI voice of Katie McBanoa. As far as I understand how that works, if we give AI enough recorded examples of Catherine McBanoa talking, AI will learn how to talk like her, and then we can just type anything in and have it read like Catherine McBanoa.
He knows Tuto's name.
So okay, well, he didn't act like he knew it on the wire, did he?
Yes.
He did act like he knew it?
No, he didn't. He acted like that's why it was kind of weird when he kept saying...
Man, when AI gets that good, where you really can't tell the difference, that's going to totally change things like wiretaps, right? You could just, you know, if you can't tell the difference between machine-learned voice and the real voice, no simple recording of someone making an incriminating statement will ever be valid again, because it could just be AI. Pat Sanford is just typing it in.
Like Taco or whatever.
Yeah.
Tuto's.
I don't know who Taco is. You want to see these tacos Victoria girls just whipped up. Justice tacos. Did you put them on the food group, Victoria? Everyone head over to Discord. Or did you just send them to me? Is this my private taco? Taco for one? Well, it's damn good. Oh no, there you go. Justice Tacos in the food group on Discord. Done. Yeah, everyone head over to Discord to see our fabulous lady with the golden whisk and her Justice Tacos. Where are the assassination shooters?
Name.
Did he know Tato's name?
No.
Okay.
I can't even remember where we came up with that. Where did assassination shooters come from? I don't know.
So he'd never met Tato, to your knowledge. All right, and so he knew Tuto's name. Why didn't you say, Tuto, you know who Tuto is? Tuto's my baby daddy.
I just didn't say. I just told you that it sounded weird that he's saying a different name when he knows Tuto's name.
Yeah, it sounded weird. So my question is, why didn't you say, what are you talking about? You know who Tuto is.
I didn't ask.
An answer overruled.
What's your answer, man?
I just didn't ask.
Okay, because you don't ask questions. I mean, haven't we pretty much established that? You didn't ask any questions when this bump went down about what's going on. Why am I getting involved in this? Why would I help you try to figure out who this is that's extorting your mother?
I did ask.
Compound question, Judge. Sustained.
Right, I'm going to show the taco on stream so you can, all you guys that aren't on Discord can see what you're missing in our food group, okay? These are Justice Tacos, made by our resident lady with the golden whisk, Victoria Go. Monica Veronica. Check it. Check it! Look at that! So that's what we all need to eat when Wendi is arrested. Justice Tacos for Dan Markel. Uh-oh. Where were we in the video? I forgot the time code.
Just didn't ask.
Oh, nice.
Okay, because you don't ask questions. I mean, haven't we pretty much established that? You didn't ask any questions when this bump went down about what's going on. Why am I getting involved in this? Why would I help you try to figure out who this is that's extorting your mother?
I did ask.
Compound question, Judge. This thing. One question at a time.
When Charlie Adelson told you that his mother had said your name.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, when was that? When did he tell you?
See, the time frame, I'm getting confused because I don't know if it was in a phone call or when he met with me in Dolce Vita.
Okay. So,
because he was saying ex-girlfriend before, and then all of a sudden he's saying my name.
yeah, so at first he just knew ex-girlfriend. He didn't know for sure it was you.
Yes, ma'am.
But you're the one he called, right?
Yes,
And
ma'am.
he has a lot of ex-girlfriends, as y'all discussed on the calls.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know why it is that he chose you out of all the 87 ex-girlfriends to call?
He's just exaggerating about the 87 girlfriends. I don't know why he called me.
All right, well, how many ex-girlfriends does he have?
I was the only last ex-girlfriend, like he was stating, to his knowledge.
But they didn't say last ex-girlfriend.
No, but I'm saying he said ex-girlfriend. I was his last ex-girlfriend.
Okay. Why did you help Charlie investigate who this person was that approached his mother?
I can't tell you why, like I did. I mean, he's asked me weird stuff before, but somebody mentioned my name, and that's what piqued my interest. I was like, why would somebody approach your mother saying my name? And then I didn't know about Tuto's name until later on.
But even before that, you were willing to help him with this problem, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it your testimony to this jury that you don't recall any of the conversation that occurred between you and Charlie Adelson at Dolce Vita?
Not that I didn't remember, I know he was saying different scenarios. Somebody bumped into his mom, and he was saying different scenarios, but like I said, he goes
What
off.
scenarios?
That it could be cops, or it could be somebody harassing his family for money or extorting his family for money.
And
But
why would it be the cops?
I don't know, because he's always talking about the cops.
Okay, but you didn't ask him why the cops would be running an undercover operation on his mother?
No, ma'am.
And you don't remember him reading to you a phone number from a piece of paper?
No, ma'am. He didn't show me a paper. He might have given me a number, like giving me a number, but he didn't show me any paper.
Okay, but you've seen the video, correct?
Of the Dolce Vita?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
And he pulled out a piece of paper, clearly on that video, right?
No, ma'am.
He did not.
He did not show me any paper.
All right. Is that you and Charlie on the video? I know you can only see your legs, but is that you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that's Charlie Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so he told you different scenarios. It could be the cops, or it could be... what else?
Somebody extorting money from his family.
Okay. And why would somebody be extorting money from his family?
I don't know. He's had dealings with other people before, like...
Mm-hmm. But to extort, you have to have some leverage on the person, right? You have to have something on them.
I guess.
And what was the thing that this person might have on Mr. Adelson?
He didn't... I mean, he might have said something, but like I said, he just goes on and on about stuff.
And he told you to find out who this was that contacted his mother.
And in every scenario, yes, Charlie goes on about stuff. He's always robbing either a Burger King or a McDonald's. What is that about? I could rent your car. I could borrow the car that you rented, drive up to Orlando. I rob a fucking McDonald's. Drive back, I say, hey, Katie, here's your car. Oh, don't worry about it. This just... He's really, really not good. And you know why he's not good? Because his focus is on being impressive. Impressing his mother. Impressing Katie. Looking like a big shot. And when you try and look like a big shot, if that's your primary objective, if you're just a fucking kid in a school play wearing a gangster suit like you're Al Capone, yeah, it's not, you know, it's really not convincing. There's real life and then there's TV, okay? And if you try to be TV in real life, anyone who's not a complete chump is going to see that. But again, it's like Narcissus, you know, the Greek god that loved his own reflection so much that he died staring at it because he couldn't walk away to eat. Something like that, right? That's where we get the word narcissism from, of course, from Narcissus, a Greek god. And Charlie Adelson also was so in love with his own reflection, so in love with his self-image, so sold by his own product, right? That he just fucking couldn't widen the angle of that lens and just, you know. He does show some minor critical thinking. He does show some instinct, you know. We see that in a few instances in the initial calls post-bump of his calls to Donna. And even a little bit here and there on his subsequent calls with Katie. Little glimpses of critical thinking. Little glimpses of instincts. I'll try to find some examples. Maybe we'll listen to that. But the thing is, they're not those assets, qualities that he might have some minor skill in. They're dwarfed by his priority, which is self-image and the need to impress others, right? Basically, the lesson is focus on the job, okay? The job is staying out of prison. The job is finding out what's going on. It doesn't matter if your fucking mother is impressed and calls you a golden boy. It doesn't matter if Katie's going to think that you're a big-time kingpin, you know? Those things, they're ephemeral. They come, they go, they're done. And because you didn't focus on what mattered, you've got a life sentence. There might have been a way for you to escape that if you'd have played the game, if you'd have played your cards right. But you didn't, so you're fucked. End of story.
And do you recall him telling you that this person, if it's not the cops, may need to be killed?
No, ma'am.
Do you remember that he said... Well, let me ask it this way. You talked about on direct that you just kind of tuned him out during this conversation. Is that accurate?
Certain conversations, yes, ma'am.
Okay, but you can tell the jury that he definitely did not say that the person may need to be killed.
Yes, because I'd remember something like that.
Oh, you would have tuned back in for that?
I would just remember him saying, like, why would you say something like that?
What else can you tell the jury specifically about that conversation?
I don't remember much about that conversation. Like I said,
Okay,
that
well,
was years ago.
you don't remember much. That's still good enough for us. Tell us what you do remember.
That he was saying the same thing, that he thought, you know, like it could be the cops or somebody extorting money from his family.
That's it?
That's all I can recall.
Did he tell you the phone number of the person that he wanted you to call?
I don't know if he told me the phone number there or at a later time.
Okay, but at some point you got that phone number?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Do you remember Charlie Adelson at that Dolce meeting telling you that you should call the number and tell the person that he is, or you are willing to help out the person, but it was a one-time...
Kelly says the only toast I have is with Vegemite. I sense an Australian in the house. And it's already the 1st of February. It's the 1st of February here too. It's 5:20 a.m. What time is it in Sydney? Let's check. Well, it's like 4 in the afternoon, I think, yeah?
Deal, and it was just for charity.
But maybe you're in Melbourne. Maybe you're in Perth.
And hearsay, facts not in evidence.
Overruled.
Did that occur?
I only remember that because a portion of the tape where you had some transcript, and I might have read that part, but I don't remember that from that day.
Okay. And so if he was going to keep this person quiet...
Yeah, taco and burrito. What else is there? And tamale. Quesadilla called. He wants Tamale to give Burrito a ring, a call, and tell Taco to proceed with the hit.
Through the guise of an act of charity, that'd be kind of similar to how he kept you quiet, right?
No, ma'am.
I mean, he gave you a lot of gifts, didn't he?
Which gifts?
Well, he gave you a paid-for trip to Santo Domingo for you and Mr. Garcia. Is that true?
No, that's actually for my children and I visiting his parents, his mom, my mother-in-law.
Did Charlie pay for it?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he call in prescriptions for you?
Hey, welcome back, Mayor Rodriguez Sorensen, Esquire. Well, anyway, hi, all those tacos look yum. Yeah, Justice Tacos.
Mr. Adelson?
Did he call in prescriptions for me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, he has before.
Did he let you drive his Ferrari?
No.
Did he pay for your Mazda repair?
Not that I can recall. I'm pretty sure I paid for my Mazda repairs.
Okay. Did he pay for your insurance?
For what?
Your Mazda repairs. Did he repair your Mazda for free? And that's why you killed Professor Markel? To get your shitty Mazda repaired?
Insurance?
I didn't have insurance through him.
So no to insurance, no to Mazda repair, and no to Ferrari?
Yeah, no, I never drove his Ferrari.
Okay. Did he pay for a meal service for you?
Yes, I remember that.
Did he pay your credit card bill one time when you couldn't make your credit card bill?
Not that I can recall.
Did he ever give you cash?
Not that I can recall.
On May 20th, 2015, do you recall sending a
Thank you, Monica.
text to Mr. Adelson asking him for money?
I don't remember that.
Okay, and do you remember Mr. Adelson giving you $1,400 6 days later?
I don't remember that.
Is that something you would remember?
Yes, if he gave me that amount of money.
But your testimony is you don't have any recollection of him ever giving you any cash.
Yeah, I don't remember that.
And you never saw any cash in his place when you were over there?
No, I don't remember that.
Did he pay for a cruise for you and your mom?
No.
Did he pay for breast augmentation for you?
No.
Did he pay for teeth whitening for you or your family?
No. I paid for my teeth whitening.
Did he offer to let you use his boat?
He's offered, yes, but I never took it.
What about his limousines?
I paid for the limousine service.
Okay. He owns a limo, right?
I didn't know if he owned the limo. I paid the driver for like hourly.
Okay.
Nola Vine says... What does Nola Vine say? I did have a friend who followed the Jodi Arias saga, but she felt the crime was justified. So that was the end of that for me. Her boyfriend had just dumped her. Yeah. Delete her number. That's dangerous. What the fuck? The crime was justified. Okay, did she watch the trial? Or see any of the movies that have been out? I watched another one of those the other day. I forget what it was called. It was even worse than the Lifetime special. It might have been Lifetime as well, but it was with different actors. It was the focus on the cellmates of Jodi Arias. Jodi Arias was kind of a back character. I forget the name of the cellmate, but you know, the lady who was running her Twitter feed during trial. What else was I just going to say? God damn it. Well, we have got more Jodi stuff to do, guys. I think we're going to do quite a large season, whatever, on Jodi Arias. Of course, we've got Adelson Month, but we're also going to take a day off from Adelson Month pretty soon, because I just watched, finally, the interrogation interview of the lady in Colorado, I forget her name, the postal worker that shot her baby daddy, also a postal worker, 5 times in the face. You know? Because he was sleeping with her sister, her baby sister. Yeah, that was a really good interrogation, police tactics wise and suspect response wise. It's got a great flow of energy, lots of things to cover, observe, comment on. We'll be watching that. Maybe we'll do that on Sunday, yeah? Sunday fun day? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, we'll take a break from Adelson Month, but we'll be back with Adelson Month. But yeah, we've got to cover that. That was fantastic. Yeah, stay tuned and subscribe to the channel. Like, share, leave a comment. Support the channel on buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix.
You tip the driver, or you paid hourly for the service?
Hourly for the service.
Mm-hmm. And would any of those things have come out of your account? Either of your bank accounts?
I mean, I had the cash for it.
So you paid for all the things that we just talked about in cash?
I don't remember. I don't recall if I made some with my credit card, made some with my paid some with cash.
Hey guys, I'm going to Spain. This time next week I'll be in Spain. And I am going to go to the best paella place I can find. I'm going to get a big old dish. And yeah, I'll take some pictures. Justice Paella, right? Justice Paella.
What about the Mazda repair? Do you recall whether you paid for that with cash or credit card?
I think I paid with a credit card.
Okay.
I'm not 100% sure.
And how much cash did you typically have on hand?
I mean, they serve paella here, but, it's just not the same. Portuguese are very proud about their cuisine. They do imitation paella.
It depends. Like whatever amount that I make in the club, and like I start saving up, then I put it away. So I can have between $2,000-3,000 on me.
When you say put it away, what do you mean?
Like put it in my bank.
Okay.
Like I'll save it up in my house, and then I'll put it away when I get a chance to go to the bank.
Okay. But all these things that you have paid for, like, let's just take the breast augmentation, for example. You
Yes,
indicate
ma'am.
you paid for that.
Yes, ma'am.
But if you're putting your cash in the bank, there's no cash withdrawal to correspond to you paying cash for that breast
But I
augmentation.
wouldn't I'm not going to deposit money that I'm going to use already. I already saved up that money for my
Okay, so you would
breast
save the
augmentation.
money separately, not deposit it.
Well, I
and then
knew,
pay
yeah,
cash.
because I already had my consultation in the beginning of that year, the beginning of 2014. So I was already saving up.
Okay.
So that when I get them, go ahead.
You were saving up for the breast augmentation.
Yeah.
But
I
you
already had
needed Charlie Adelson to put you on the payroll so that you could get insurance for your kids.
I was saving because I've always wanted my breast augmentation.
Okay.
And the insurance for my kids is because my son had a disability, so I had to do a bunch of therapies for my son.
Okay. And you heard that Wendi Adelson testified that she's never known her brother to give any gifts to any ex-girlfriends. Did you hear that?
No, I don't recall that.
Okay. Well, what makes you so special that Charlie Adelson wanted to give you all these things after the end of your relationship?
All these things, like you make it seem like he's giving me all of this stuff out of the blue.
Yeah, I do make it seem like that. Why is he giving you all this stuff?
I don't know.
Why did he put you on the payroll? Is that as a favor?
Yes, ma'am.
Not as payment for a murder?
No, ma'am.
Not to keep you happy?
Why wouldn't he just pay me the cash? Why would I have to get a check from somewhere?
I'm going to ask the questions, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So he put you on the payroll 2 months after the homicide, yes?
2 months after the homicide, I started. Yes, ma'am.
All right. And were you involved in a sexual relationship with Mr. Adelson at that time?
I'm not 100% sure. Like at the time frame, I believe so.
Okay, so you were still sleeping with him after the homicide?
I believe so.
And was there an actual job opening at the Adelson Institute that you filled with this position?
No, ma'am.
All right, so it's a position that he created for you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and you heard testimony from the employees that work there that they've never heard of anybody working remotely before in the history of that office. Why did Mr. Adelson create a position for you?
Well, I asked him for a favor if he can do that.
Okay. What job description did you have when you worked for Mr. Adelson?
I said I was just his personal assistant. I wasn't going to the office for that.
Why did you on The Wire talk about going to the office on the weekends?
Because he did want me to go to in the office to clean up a bit, but I never did it.
Wasn't it a joke between you and Mr. Adelson about this job that you were performing for him?
I guess.
You didn't do anything on the laptop in reference to his work?
On the laptop?
Yes, ma'am.
Like sign in into the Dentrix?
Yeah.
I believe I've done it before.
How many times did you do that?
I don't recall.
And what type of work did you do when you logged in?
Once in training for a job I never did.
To the Dentrix.
Well, I was just looking at the patients, like the scheduling.
Okay. And did you schedule any patients?
No, I didn't schedule anything.
Are there any patients we could call that could verify that they've ever had any contact with you?
Not that I can recall, no.
Did you ever go to the office on the weekends for any purpose?
I believe I have,
See you later,
probably,
Michelle.
but not often, like once or twice only.
All right, and what was the purpose?
Yeah, thanks for being here, Michelle. Always great comments as usual. Come back soon.
Of that?
He wanted me to clean up in the office.
Oh,
I probably just stopped by at the office. Don't quite recall what I did. It's been a couple of years.
All right.
But I have stopped at the office before.
Okay. Let's talk about the nightclub employment that you talked about. You testified that you were in fact employed at a nightclub around the time of the homicide. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you said that you make up to $1,500 a night at the nightclub.
Had a good day, a good night.
And at what nightclub was that?
That was at Fate.
All right.
That'll be good, wouldn't it? See, that's where True Crime Metrix needs to get to. $1,500 a night. Could we do it? I don't know. Maybe by next year. How about next year? Be like we have a job at Club Fate.
And Fate's the place that wrote you the checks that bounced?
Yes, ma'am.
And on those checks that bounced, the amount was, I can't remember exactly, but maybe $1,200 or $1,700 for a month, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was tips for a whole month?
No, it's the reason why they gave us those checks and the reason why it bounced, because a lot of us girls were complaining about it's supposed to be the way that like the owner or the whatever accountant guy that did it, he wanted to do just a percentage. So if like they swipe their card, it's a percentage of that is supposed to be our tips. Anything that's cash that the patrons, pay for is like go straight to our pocket.
Okay.
Yeah, but Katie, the boss of the club came in and testified, and he told us that 90% of their patrons pay with a credit card. So where are these big tips coming from? These big cash tips?
So it's that.
Tara Kawas thought she was so clever with this one. This is a nightclub in Miami with a full bottle service. She's thinking all the people in Tallahassee are going to be like, ooh, well, we've heard about this place, Miami, and we know it's really exclusive.
So
that was for like a credit
tips.
card, yeah, like a credit card percentage.
All right. And so your credit card tips for the month were whatever that amount was
Yes,
that was
ma'am.
on that check. All right. And that's what bounced.
Yes, ma'am. Twice,
All right.
I
And
believe.
did you quit Club Fate because of the bouncing checks?
Yes, ma'am. And they were withholding some of our like money.
All right. How many times in your career as a bottle girl did you make $1,500 in one night?
How many times?
Yeah.
I can't recall.
More than 5?
Yes.
More than 10?
I can't give you like a specific number.
Would you agree with Ms. Mascara's testimony that an average night at the clubs was $100 to $200?
Objection
That's
to the
not
statement
what-
of the facts. It's not-
Overruled.
Would you agree with that?
No, ma'am.
Would you agree with Ms. Mascara's testimony that a good night at the club was $400 to $500 a night?
A good night? That's a good night to her.
Okay.
But
that
she was
wasn't a good
working
night.
in Hollywood Live with me. Fate was a
Yeah.
higher scale club.
It's a good night to her because she doesn't have fake tits. So that would be a good night for a non-fake tit bottle service.
Okay.
And I was also doing bartending as well. She wasn't bartending at those places.
All right. And did the club...
Yeah, I'm sure all the bartenders in Miami are bringing home $1,500 every day.
that Ms. Mascara worked at?
We're in the wrong business, Soap. We thought YouTube was the way. We have to... When we're in Miami, we'll be sending out some job applications. I can juggle. I never juggled with the cocktail shaker, but, it's pretty much the same, right? It's pretty much the same. I can throw that behind my back, catch it, spin it around,
The lower end club, did the checks bounce there as well?
No, we never received checks in that club.
All right. And do you have any documentation to show that you were, like schedules or something like that to show your schedule around the time of the homicide at these clubs?
Objection, burdenship.
Overruled.
I mean, I should have had it, and
Yeah, that was super cool. And it was a bit surreal for me, Neverly Darling. I've been following this case for about 6 years. It was at this trial when I got into it, so I'd heard about it before, but I'd not really gotten into it. I've been following this case intently for 6 years, and suddenly Ryan Fitzpatrick, a key player in the case, is sending me a shout out saying, "Oh, True Crime Metrix, you're so funny! Macho Sapien." That was really cool. It was surreal. Yeah. Even Indra sent me a private tweet the other day. That was nice. But it's just like, you spend so much time watching these folks, and then suddenly you've got a communication with them. It's just weird and really cool. I really enjoy that.
My texts, like sometimes like they give us a schedule or they'll call us and tell us, okay, can you come in this and this date? Or we would be, for that weekend, we would already know more or less what days to come in.
Okay. And who was your boss at that time?
I can't even remember his name because he got fired.
All right. Is he here? Is he in Tallahassee?
I always love Carrie's comments, and she's so on the mark so often. Katie seems like she would use pacifically and especially in sentences. Yeah. What's another one? Oh. Pacifically and especially. You're so funny, Carrie. Great observational humor you have. I love it. It's great.
For this trial?
No.
What about any girls that you worked with? Anybody like that?
I don't remember their
here?
names, no. This
Any
was
regular
years ago.
customers?
No.
Would you agree, Ms. Magbanua, that you deposited $13,000 in cash in August of 2014?
If that's what my bank records show.
Okay, and that's the month after the murder, right?
I believe so.
Okay. You can't make that much at the club, can you?
The $13,000?
Yeah.
Unless I've saved up and then I just deposited it that month.
Okay, is that what happened?
But that all my income wasn't specifically from there. It was, there's times that I've gotten money from Sigfredo.
All right, well, is it a coincidence, Ms. Magbanua, that when you notice this striking spike in your income that happens exactly at the time of this homicide? Don't you? I mean, it's there, isn't it?
Well, in your diagram, yes.
Yeah, but I mean, do you have a reason to dispute this diagram? It's based on your cash deposits, isn't it?
I guess so.
All right, and so you would agree that there is a pretty striking amount of money that you came into immediately after this homicide.
From your diagram, I could see that, but I don't recall that.
When did Sigfredo Garcia find out that Charlie Adelson was involved in this conspiracy?
When did he find out?
Yeah.
I believe when he got arrested.
What about when you came home after meeting with Charlie Adelson at Dolce Vita? Did you tell Mr. Garcia that you'd met with Mr. Adelson?
I don't know about the time frame again. I don't know if when I came home I said that I spoke to Charlie.
Would you agree in the calls and texts that follow that meeting with Mr. Adelson, Mr. Garcia is really angry with you?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And he said in that text that we listened to recently, or somebody read from the stand, whatever is going on with you and your homie is your business. You guys work that shit out. Don't text me. Who's your homie in that sentence?
I believe he was referring to Charlie.
Right. And he was angry to find out that Charlie was involved, wasn't he?
I believe so, yes.
Charlie told you he wanted this problem flushed. You were asked about that call on direct.
Yes, ma'am.
Right. And was the problem the gang member who was threatening to extort his mother?
I know he was just joking about that on that phone call, but I think it's because I used the restroom and then he referred to it as the problem flushing, and because he was really talking to Yindra on the phone first.
Right, and I got the whole reference to the bathroom humor, but the problem that he's referring to that he wants flushed is this guy that's extorting his mother, right?
I believe so.
All right. And flushed means he wants the problem resolved.
I would assume.
And you're the one to do it.
I guess.
Is Mr. Garcia familiar with handguns?
Is he familiar with
Objection,
handguns?
Judge. Overruled.
Yes, ma'am.
I guess so.
Have you seen the ATM?
Yeah, Mr. Garcia prefers an Uzi that he shoots sideways because he's a real street gangster.
Images
Yes,
that
I
are in
have.
evidence in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, is that Mr. Rivera and Mr. Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garcia dumped his
Is a Tech-9 a handgun? I suppose it is, really.
phone right after this murder, didn't he? Shortly after.
I guess so.
I mean, you were blowing him up and couldn't get him because the phone was off, right?
I believe so.
Do you have WhatsApp, or I should ask, back in 2014, did you have WhatsApp on your phone?
I think so.
All right. And what is WhatsApp?
It's just another, like, instant message.
All right. Did you hear the testimony about Wendi Adelson having visited the crime scene?
Yes, ma'am.
And did Miss Adelson communicate with you through WhatsApp or any other type of communication
No,
the
ma'am.
day of the murder?
No, ma'am.
Did Charlie Adelson let you know in any WhatsApp or any other kind of way that Mr. Markel had been shot on the day of the murder? Did you tell Yendra Mascara that Mr. Markel had been in a car accident?
I said an accident. I'm not 100% sure if I...
Oh, did DeCoste just make an objection? Because usually... I know Tara's made a couple of objections, and usually the judge will say, you know, if it's joint counsel, then only the counsel that will be examining the witness may object, because otherwise it's a, you know, 2-on-1 kind of thing.
I said car accident.
Do you have any reason to question her memory that you said car accident?
No.
Did you talk to Luis Rivera on the day of the money drop?
Did I talk to him? I believe he called me.
Did I talk to him? Did I repeat your question like I did with every question? Did I get paid $1,500 a night? Did you get paid $1,500 a night? Did I get paid $1,500 a night? It's not a good look, you know. That should have been something in your coaching. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Okay.
Yeah, he called my phone.
And so, is that a coincidence that the one time, and that's the one time you've ever spoken to Mr. Rivera on the phone, right? From all the records that we have in this case. Do you agree with that?
I don't know if I've spoken to him at any other time, not that I can recall.
Okay. And when did you find out that Dan Markel had been murdered?
I found out when he got arrested, when Sigfredo got arrested.
All right, so your lawyer asked you, can't remember exactly what she asked you, but the gist of it was, wouldn't you dump your phone if you'd been involved in criminal activity?
Yes, ma'am.
And isn't it true that you did, in fact, drop your phone, not the day that you're saying you found out Dan Markel was killed, but the day that law enforcement went up to see Mr. Garcia at Rapid Capital?
No, I still had the same phone.
Okay, but you weren't using it. It was turned off, right?
No, I was still using my phone.
You didn't go to Walmart and purchase a burner phone?
Sigfredo purchased that.
Yeah, but you went with him, didn't you?
At that day, yes, I believe so.
Okay. And you both got new phones that day?
Yes.
And that was the same day that law enforcement came to your residence and went to Rapid Capital, same day? Same time?
I think that was the following day.
The following day is the day you got arrested, right?
Oh, yes.
Okay, so it was the day that law enforcement came to your residence?
Yes, ma'am.
Isn't it true that you've been offered some kind of big payoff if you refuse to cooperate against Charlie Adelson?
If I refuse?
Yes, ma'am.
No.
Has anybody offered you some money?
No.
Do you remember telling anybody that you would be able to stay home after you get acquitted and have a tutor for your kids to be homeschooled at the house?
No. Never made that comment.
Did you ever show your breast to some people and tell them that you got them courtesy of the professor?
Definitely never happened.
These were courtesy of the professor. Where did that come from? Did she do that? Should we do a poll? lifting up her shirt. These were courtesy of the professor. Ah, man.
Did you ask somebody if she thought God would forgive you for the role you had in this case?
No.
Maybe we should go to the Jailhouse snitch that told us about what Sigfredo was doing behind bars before and after Katie was arrested. Anyone want to see the Jailhouse snitch that told us what Sigfredo was doing behind bars before and after Katie was arrested? That might close us out for the evening. Well, if someone wants to see that, let us know.
You indicated, and we saw the picture of you after your breast enhancement, and the testimony was that you're...
All caps. Yes, Neverly's up for it. Let's do the Jailhouse snitch. Okay, well, I'll leave this playing while I find it. I'll go get it.
Tips, with a P, increased after breast surgery, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, okay. And if you look on this chart of your cash deposits, the breast surgery occurred in October of 2014, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So, here?
Yes, ma'am.
You seem confused about when exactly your relationship with Mr. Adelson ended. I thought on direct you indicated that it...
Okay. Yeah, I like to dance around a little bit on this channel. We'll do a bit of this, we'll do a bit of that, we'll do a bit of Jailhouse snitch. Thank you, Mentor Lawyer. Deep Dive True Crime by Mentor Lawyer. Okay, so... Well, all will be explained.
8 p.m. Today's date is January 25th, 2017, Wednesday. It's 1:38 p.m. I'm Investigator Craig Isom. With me is Special Agent Pat Sanford. We're at the Leon County Jail. We're in one of the interview rooms. Present with us for this is inmate Nicholas Adderidge, spin number 212500, and this is in reference to case number 14-19848. Please introduce yourself.
Nicholas Adderidge.
Mr. Adderidge, I understand you have information regarding a inmate that you shared time with here at the Leon County Jail.
Yes, sir.
If you're comfortable, will you please expound on your interaction with that inmate and identify him?
It was inmate Garcia. Was in L Pod with him in the Leon County Jail. He was in there for the murder of law professor Markel. Garcia, this is an attorney friend of mine, is what prompted me to come forth. She actually had Markel as a law professor at FSU, and I was just telling her about it one of our visits. She's not actually my lawyer, she's a friend, and I was just telling her I was in here with him, and she said if he says anything, to, make it known to her, and she'll reach out to the proper channels and let them know, I have something.
And she's done that and contacted me, and now we're here to discuss this with you.
Garcia has opened up. He's talked a little about his cases as stuff has progressed over the months, and the main time he opened up twice, and the main time he opened up and really told me about his case was the day he found out that his co-defendant Rivera flipped on him and was going to testify on him, or had already testified on him, and he read about it in the morning paper, and him and his roommate actually cooked toilet wine, and so that night they proceeded to get drunk, and while we were sitting at the card table just killing time, he got drunker and drunker, and was just bitching to us about him and about how his testimony is useless because he never saw anything. He waited in the car. All he did is actually get Garcia the gun, and Garcia is the one that went in the garage and killed Markel. So he's bitching just that the prosecution has nothing. They're just trying to taint the jury pool, blowing smoke out their ass by putting in the paper that he's turning state's evidence and testifying when really he can't testify to anything because he didn't actually witness anything. The other time he opened up was when what he referred to as his old lady was arrested. Katie, I'm not sure how to pronounce her last name.
Just try.
Magbawa.
Okay, that's close enough.
Yeah, when she was arrested, it devastated him. His world was falling apart. He's a sociable, likable guy, and I actually felt bad for him, except for the whole murder thing. He seems like a cool guy, I'd share a beer with. But when she was arrested, it was another night. This time, actually, my roommate and I had some toilet wine ready to sell and proceeded to just let him drink for free. It felt bad for him. And he was just talking about, he got really drunk that night, worse than the first time, to where he threw up in his cell. But was just talking about how he would do life in prison for her and that he wants to get word to her. This is the day he found out that they charged her, I guess, down in Miami. It was somewhere else they charged her at, and that she was in jail waiting transport. And that he would do life in prison for her, that he wants to get word to her to testify again, do whatever she has to do to get out, testify against him, give up the Adelsons, do whatever. And he was just really upset that she had gotten arrested. And throughout the couple months I was with him, he's made different comments. I've asked him what he got paid to do it, because it's all understood, he did it. Whether or not it's been proven in a court yet, he acts like he did it. He carries it around. Everybody has understood he did it, and that he was the trigger man. He told me he was the trigger man that first time when Rivera was arrested, the first time he got drunk. But I was, just shooting the shit with him one day and asked him what he got paid to do it, and he made a joke that his old lady, Katie Magbawa, got a new set of tits out of it, and him and Rivera got some toys, like some motorcycles. I don't know if they were paid with the motorcycles or they bought the motorcycles, but they were a result. He got toys, the new set of tits, and cash. And he never stated a monetary sum. Could have been 10 grand, could have been 100 grand. Just said he got a bunch of money for it. Those are the main specific examples of him talking about details. But like I said, throughout the course of the months, we get the paper every day. I don't really read the paper. I kind of do my own thing. I play.
He does sound solid, doesn't he, Neverly? Very, this is what someone that is telling the truth sounds like. This is exactly it. Kind of a little fuzzy on the details, but clear and with pauses in the right places, If he'd have said something like, Garcia told me that he would be sitting very pretty right now in Hawaii with an expensive drink and a little umbrella in the drink, I might not believe him.
Cards and stuff. It's 94 inmates in a pod, and I was up in a high-risk pod with the murderers, robbers, and rapists, and so I didn't even try to read the paper because they would take it, go back to their room, and try to sell it. And but as he would find,
oh man, when you're in jail, every little thing, someone's trying to get to sell or to trade. I mean, what a fucking nightmare. A fucking newspaper,
find out stuff about his case either from the newspaper or from there. He would talk and open up to us from his lawyer. If he would find something out, he would open up to us about it and just vent and blow off steam. It's like, I guess it was therapeutic for him. So not just bottle it up and have someone to talk to. And since I was kind of quiet and stayed out of the way, and I was easy to talk to, so he opened up to me more than anybody else.
I understand that you've already been sentenced.
Correct.
And obviously you're going to be leaving here before too long and going to...
Mukbawa. I can't really remember her name. I think it was Mukbawa.
Sure about the rest of your time.
Oh, that's funny. That's funny. I wish I'd paused at that point. Mukbawa.
In state prison, is that correct?
That's correct.
And how long was your sentence?
30 months DOC.
Okay. And you understand that there's...
Passed away in 2021, sadly. Seems like a nice guy. Took a few wrong turns, got 30 months DOC. You know. Yeah. Where was Wendi Adelson when he died?
No consideration regarding the testimony with your sentence.
Correct.
Okay. When he talked to you the first time, and you said, you said he found out that his co-defendant Rivera had flipped?
Correct.
Did he go into any details about what caused he and Rivera to commit this crime to begin with?
He, not...
I don't know which spelling I like better of this malapropism of Mukbanawa. What do we have Neverly say? Mukbawawa. Or Carrie's now Magbawa.
necessarily cause, like he was in dire financial straits and, you know, had to stoop to murder for hire to, you know, put food on the table, but that Katie came to him with it, and it had come from Katie's, I don't understand how the love triangle works, but he said Katie's ex-boyfriend's mom was going to pay them to go up and murder Merkel. And like I said, I'm not sure, he didn't say there was any cause for it, but I assume for the right price, when you have someone like that, you know, with, you know, skewed set of morals, for the right price, anything, you know, make that happen.
So the motivation came from someone in this family?
Correct. Yeah, financial, I would assume.
Right, but the financial motivation that was provided came from Katie's boyfriend's mother. Is that what I understand? Is what he told you?
Yes.
So he had knowledge that this was from this Adelson woman that was related, that was the mother of her ex-boyfriend, of Katie's ex-boyfriend.
Correct. He said she'd be footing the bill.
Footing the bill.
Correct.
Did he make any other characterizations of her or anybody else in the family?
Said she's an evil woman or an evil person.
There we go. Nicholas S. Adderidge. Tallahassee. Nicholas S. Adderidge passed away July 30th, 2021 at his home in Tallahassee. Nick was a force of nature who packed a lot of living into just 31 years. He was born and spent his first 12 years in Miami before moving to Tallahassee. Nick easily mastered BMX racing, pee-wee football, competitive rock wall climbing, and high school varsity diving. But his restless nature did not take to structure, practice, or progressive development. It was full blast or nothing. He would light up the room upon entering with energy, always ready for a friendly argument. He seems like a nice guy.
Did he have any...
I think he'd be great to have on the channel. You know, a moderator. We've lost gold here, folks. Rest in peace, Nick.
Did he portray to you that he had any direct contact with this evil person, evil woman?
No, not that I recall.
So Katie brought this to him and told him that it was coming from this Adelson family?
Yes.
On the second episode where she was arrested and he got drunk, as you said, did he provide any more insight as to motivation.
Mag Banana. I didn't even read that right the first time. Mag Banana.
By this family to do this?
No more motivation than the money for hire type, which you talk about. Not that it was a favor or a request from a loved one. It was just he was getting paid to go to Tallahassee, murder Mikkel.
Where did he say he was from, or where did this all stem from? What location?
Miami.
Does when he was giving this statement and you were there, you made it sound like he was rather at ease talking to you.
Correct.
Was he?
Hey, Kazati, how's the weather? Bet it's chilly on your boat. Where are you moored up? Where did you say you were? Monmouthshire.
Trying to be secretive in the conversation, just to you only, or with other people around?
We weren't whispering, but we were kind of sitting by ourselves. We weren't sitting at a card table or in the TV area. We were just sitting there. I guess he had just gotten off the phone. I'm not sure exactly where he received the news from, but I was sitting there and he came and sat with me. And I'm born and raised in Miami too, so we actually have a lot of stuff in common and just talk, a lot. So, and I'm easy to talk to, and he's easy to talk to. So, and I don't run my mouth around the pod. So if he tells me something, I don't go and gossip to my roommate about it. So he just came up and told me, and he would just share with me.
So from what I hear from you is basically he's pretty much owned the murder as being done by him being the trigger man.
Correct.
And that Rivera wouldn't have any first-hand information because he wasn't within eyesight or something of...
Correct. When it first came out that Rivera was flipping, Garcia was all about taking it to trial and beating.
I think we're going to close it out after this one, guys. So, last call for buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix. Super like, super thanks, super sticker, super chat. Subscribe to the channel, like, share, leave a comment. Check out the links in our merch store, Patreon, early access, blah, 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 blah. Thank you so much, guys, and buymeacoffee.com.
Beating the charges because Garcia couldn't see anything. Without Garcia, they don't have any evidence. And then after his old lady was charged, then he started talking about doing whatever it took to get her off and keep her out of prison.
Okay.
Did you ever meet Rivera?
I did meet Rivera. I was got in the pod I was in, Garcia, with L pod, a general population pod, got in trouble and was sent to confinement. And in confinement, I was in the cell. I believe I was in G2 and Rivera was in G4. We were right next door to each other on the top floor. And talked to Garcia, talked to Rivera. I was in there for about a week before he overheard me talking to a trustee or something that came from L pod. He knew Garcia was up in L pod and told me, if I see Garcia again, to pass along a message that he's sorry. He had to do what he had to do to get home to his kids. Garcia needs to do the same thing. He needs to give up the Adelsons, don't protect anybody. They don't give a shit about him. Rivera was resentful of the fact that he had a public defender and that he was on his own with this whole situation. And it was just that it's don't go to prison, for them, for the Adelsons. So.
Did you ever see anything about his attorneys? How the attorneys getting paid for anything like that?
Garcia? No.
All right. Mr. Adders, you have anything else to add?
No, sir.
Okay, this will conclude the interview. It's 1:50 p.m., January 25th.
And there's a little bit more, I think.
Amending our previous interview with Nicholas Atteridge on January 25th, 2017, reference case number 14-19848. Mr. Atteridge, after the conclusion of the previous recording, stated that he wanted to amend his statement to add something to it. It is 1:55 p.m.
Shropshire. I'm in Shropshire. Yeah, very good. But I bet it's cold, right? Fucking hell. Especially on a boat. Anywhere near the water at night is fucking freezing. It doesn't store the heat, right?
Mr. Addish, go ahead.
Yes, I just want to add that just when it came to Garcia and being financially compensated for the murder, he had said that when his old lady, Katie, had been arrested, his train, didn't use the word gravy train, but his financial support that he had earned was going to stop. He was no longer going to hit Canteen, and he said he had earned the money that she was putting on. Garcia always went around the pod with new socks, new thermals, Canteen soups, honey buns, phone calls, and made it, his money he had earned is what he claimed. And that Katie was the one is the only one who had access to it, and said it was from money he had earned for the Markel hit, and then when Katie was arrested, he was no longer going to have access to any of that money. I'm not sure if he got a lump sum and gave it to her to hold, or she was continuing to receive payments from the Adelsons. But I know once she was arrested, he no longer was gambling frivolously or, just going around buying top dollar items.
So he foretold that about hearing his arrest, and that did, in fact, come to fruition, or...
Correct. Yeah, the day she was arrested, he made an offhand comment, well, it's time to go on a diet now. And he was more focused, on the emotional aspect of her getting arrested, and made an offhand comment that he's going to have to make do with what he has for a while until he figures something else out. Because she was the one that was putting all this money on his account that he had earned, and she was the only one that had access to it. And once she was arrested, he no longer was hitting Canteen.
And he associated this financial resource as being from the Markel homicide?
Correct. Money he had earned.
Okay.
From the homicide. Correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's fine. We'll conclude this interview at 1:57 p.m., January 25th, 2017.
All right. Thank you, big man James. Just before we go, guys. Oh, hang on. Is this going to be copyright for the music? Hang on. Let me just check it. Right, I can't do that. What about this one? Yeah, that's also like some fucking R&B. Remember Ali Abulaban? I heard R&B music. I knew what that meant. Like anyone who puts on R&B music just spontaneously combusts into sexual acts. Okay, I'm just going to play it on mute, I guess. I just want to show this little example of a bottle service, right? Just before we close out, guys. It just looks annoying to me. I can't imagine ever wanting to pay for this. And if I was with someone else and they paid for it as like a special treat, I would be like, Okay. Can I get a menu? Yeah. You got some sparklers, okay. Yeah, whatever. I don't give a fuck about any of that. Put the drink on the table. Okay, I think that how are we doing? 4 hours 14. That's enough for tonight, isn't it? I know all you East Coasters are tired. Maybe we'll try and get a little earlier tomorrow, guys. Of course, riding's on Central Time. So it's only 12. I always thought she was on the East Coast for some reason. Yeah. No, thanks everybody in chat. Thanks everyone's support. Coffees, super chats, moderators, fantastic moderators. Really do. I really, I hope you all know how much I specifically, above all else, appreciate the moderators on this channel. We've got just the greatest team. I can't imagine having any better moderators. It's like a family within a family. You know what I'm saying? It's great. She's in the East Coast a lot. Yeah, well, careful on those flights to Washington, hey? Fucking hell. Crazy stuff. Fragile life. Fucking plane went down into the Potomac River at night. 300 rescued workers. They said it was cold, wet, and windy and dark. That's like the 4 things you really don't want to hear on a plane crash rescue mission, isn't it? Cold, wet, windy, and dark. Anyway, on that cheerful note, on that cheerful plane crash note, we will bid you all a good night and all a happy Easter. Happy Easter, everybody. Tomorrow. What are we doing? Well, there's definitely coming first read of Wendi Adelson's book. Hopefully get that out in the day, and then back to our live performance show, whatever. Gonna try for 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock Eastern. 8 o'clock Eastern, a little bit earlier. Let's keep it early. Yeah. That's what we'll do. What are we doing? Not sure yet. We'll see. Anyone got any ideas or requests? Hit us up on Discord. Everyone join Discord. Link in the descriptions. Buy us a coffee on buymeacoffee.com. Love you all. Thank you so much. Good night.